Write something funny here. Hello, chatto. It's Thursday. No, it's not. Ah, that might be the fastest nope I've ever seen. That was like crashing on the formation lap. I think we got to hang on, hello chat. So that's what, 2 words. It's the first 3 words were correct. And I've held up 4 fingers. I'm ill. Let me off. I nearly I get used to that sound today. But by even me, my own standards, that was a Piastri moment. We've all had them. I don't think I've had one. That was even by my own okayest. I'm going to have to do a couple of absolute monster intros just to catch that up. Steve, thank you for the 26 to distract chat from my ineptitude.
Great intro, mate. Anyway, 26 months of Matto and Chatto. Always great vibes and streams. Love it.
Oh, 100%. If I was doing an any percent, we're sorted. Like, Viking, you've arrived perfect because now you didn't see the intro, which is a good thing because there wasn't one and we will never speak about it again. Is this St. Patrick's Day today? I am disappointed because no one's asked me to be there, Patrick. Not even Patrick. Yes, I haven't worn this for ages and I was looking through my shirt today and thinking, looking through my drawers, going, what do I wear? It's a sloggy day still, obviously, because I'm feeling unwell. So it's football shirt week. And I saw the shirt, I saw the back and I thought, yes, today is the kind of day where the legend of Montiel is needed. Draw attention. I would never draw attention. Oh my goodness, man. You can't reward ineptitude like that, hanger-oner. Thank you. I'll be all of yours, Patrick. Don't worry. Hanger-oner, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. That is super duper nice of you. Very unnecessary, but I very much do appreciate it. But like I said, you should not reward that kind of level intro. It'll only make it worse.
Morning, Matto.
James and/or Kathy.
Long time no see. Hope everyone is doing well. Up the number 37s.
Is that a bus? Feels like a bus. James, thank you very much for the 50 months on the dot, and Reese as well with the 9 months on top of that with a Twitch babby. It is Dobson St. Patrick. We're going old school tonight. I'm racking out the PS4 and we're playing Fortnite, back like console Fortnite, like what back in them COVID times and whatnot. I just need to make sure that any of those components actually work because I thought you had to have things like PS Plus to do stuff like that. Montiel, what a name. I know. I actually couldn't remember who I had on the back of the shirt, like off the top of my head, and then I saw it, I was like, ah yes, of course, my guy, Mr. Montiel. Right, let's get off my big face. We have things to discuss. Triggered Release was one of my players for 56 million euros. Welcome to the play on PC. Yes, of course you can play on PC, and I don't want to. It's a little bit like saying, hey, you've got that go-kart there. You know you can take it on the motorway. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Also, you can't take it on the motorway. Don't take go-karts on the motorway, chat. Let this be a lesson from your boy. I've been burned and died so you don't have to, okay? Yes, that's what I heard, Ben. I don't remember that being a thing, but apparently that is a thing. It might have always been the case. I've just forgotten, to be fair.
Had to start subbing. This stream just has the best vibes. And intros, of course.
Iglini, thank you very much. Hopefully I'm saying that right. That trips me up. Thank you for the 2 months and the very kind words. Holy shit. John as well with the 24 on top. And breathe, Matt. Breathe. Right. You have to excuse there will be some coughing today. Somehow I've developed a nice little... hopefully that means that the illness is on the way out, because I'm actually getting rid of some stuff now, but it's just a bit of a pain. Tactics based on chat message. Oh, no. Drops back into the CDM position. So, maybe. And I see your point. And I think if anyone was going to do it, it would be the channel midfielder, so he has a better starting position. Not a bad idea, actually. I don't hate that as a concept. There was an interesting comment up on the VOD as well, which we'll get back to later, to do with advanced wingbacks as well. So I might look into that a little bit. But ultimately, when you look at the Champions League table, it is a case of if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it too much, because we are kind of in a bloody good spot. 4th in the table. Notice that everyone around us has played an extra game as well. Stream Jack Matter, yeah. That's what I do. It's, jank is my vibe. Played around with the... Oh, hello. The last time you unlocked something, to be fair, it was the AP, so I can't complain. Gulazzo with the 30 months on top of that as well. Good lord, all the resubs today. Is everyone just chosen today to be in stream? I was amazed. Usually, like the first couple of minutes of the intro bit, I'm normally sorting some stuff out, wait for things to happen. I go out the room, come back, and it's just full of chat messages. I'm like, what the hell? Did everybody just arrive today? I'm not complaining. Love to see you all here. Right, let me have a look at that link because it's gone off my screen. I'll get that up in the background so I can have a look in a second, actually. Hello, Rob. Oh, it's gone off the screen again. Bloody hell, Twitch. As soon as I can get a third monitor and actually have a chat monitor by itself, I'll be a very happy man because I wouldn't be losing messages every 10 seconds. 25%? That's awesome. The crucial thing is to... CTR is always going to be tough, Rob, because basically, as a new channel, you don't have an inbuilt audience that's going to click videos automatically, so it's really tough. However, that means when you do something that's quality, you'll get way better results from it. So it kind of is a double-edged sword in many ways. Spurs finally dropped points. They drew 0-0 with Bayer Leverkusen. I misread that initially, Mike. When you said Spurs finally dropped points, I was like, did they? Spurs have barely gained points. But then I remembered we're talking about our fictional version of Spurs, who are competent and incredibly, I think, still managed by Ange Postecoglou. No, they're not, are they? The manager of Thomas Frank, of course. Who knew? Oh, dear. Right, so this is what you did with it. I mean, that looks promising. See, that almost looks overly promising. To the point where I'd be like, I don't want to accidentally do something OP, I suppose. Oh, one of them. They did! And I predicted them to lose. So, Tottenham, you're welcome. That's all I can say to that. Oh, dearie me. So, yeah, they got a 0-0 draw with Bayer Leverkusen. Obviously, I didn't play any games off stream because there wasn't any, but I did progress us up to this point. We're obviously not into the January transfer window yet because we have these games prior to it opening, but what I did do, managed by Tudor, no, they're not. They're very much not. I mean, probably in the latest version of the game, I guess they probably are, but not in my version. Fuck more. I don't really care so much for the offside ones. Ultimately, it's either offside or it isn't, right? And I don't think there's any solution outside of not having offsides in the game anymore that are ever going to fix that, unfortunately. Everyone in the bottom six did draw. Yeah, it was basically as you were, lads and lasses. You know, just do exactly the same thing again. So I did go and have a little look at a few players. We don't have a lot of money to spend, so I didn't get a chance to spend too much of it. What I did do, though, is I had a little look at some more amateur guys, just because I figured, you know, the Lone Farm X, Y, and Z. A lot of countries are not producing them anymore, but those that are, I decided to have a closer look at and set up a new scouting view that we can use, scouting filter that we can use to actually assess the reports a bit faster, rather than waiting for them to come through the recommendations thing and stuff like that. Set narrow. Huh. That's interesting. I guess you'd have different players to me as well, which is presumably will definitely be a factor. It is very best football moments from respect. It's not the best football moments of respect song, though. We do have that on this playlist somewhere as well, though, because it used to come up all the time. Yeah, the back pass was wild. That Fulham game, I actually watched the Liverpool Spurs game afterwards in the end because I needed to watch some actual football, having watched Fulham and Forest play out a game of something. I don't know what it was. It might have even been Kabaddi for all I know. Coming back to the last discussion. Hockey, I've never heard of hockey. Is that the sport where you have the orange ball and you throw it into the hoop? I hope so, because I don't acknowledge hockey as a sport currently. We are desperately trying to not have the President's Trophy curse.
Hope all
we'll lose
well.
We will end up losing to Dallas tomorrow. Now I can
Red
feel
heart
it.
emoji.
Rubio! Thank you for the 52 months. You love to see it. Venezuelan offside... No. If you got a screenshot, I'm here for it. One with the touchdowns, of course, yes. No, don't say the one with the touchdowns, Jesse. Pittsburgh put a touchdown up against us last night. Oofy. The dance. You put your left leg in. You're right. You put your... No, your left leg in, and then the left knee in to Austin Matthews' MCL, unfortunately. Bad times, that one. Leafs are definitely missing the play. They were going to make it the playoffs, but now they're not. That was the one thing that was keeping the Leafs out of the playoffs. It is shit, though, innit? Just, you'd hate to see that happen to any big player, because on a 5-game suspension, I mean, what is he doing there? So I have got some future transfers arranged for us. 6 times, well, I don't know. I mean, at least getting out of the way now, I suppose, right? It's something better to do it now than in the first round of the playoffs against someone like, well, possibly San Jose, in fact. So this is what I've got lined up. You'll note there's a lot of freebies in here. So it turns out there are still some amateurs out there that might not be awful. I had looking at your Colombias and nations like that and just saw anyone that was basically coming through. I think I've still got the view actually set up, or do I? Oh my God, wait a minute. Yeah, I do. So basically this view basically just shows us any amateur players in the world, but only players that I have scouted. So it's almost the opposite to what we normally do, because that way it allows me to get a little bit of a head start on some of the scout reports and just look at anybody who's got anything in that 5th star. I'm just signing up straight away, basically. You can see that there's loads of guys on here now who admittedly did have some in that 5th star, but have now settled down. But you can see just how many of them I've been slathering up. Slathering up? So my CA, I did not, because ultimately I'm still looking at potential. Most of their CAs are likely to be the same, and I reckon most of this is a lie. Some of them did have, oh, sorry, you're right, yeah. What I did was I went to the 4-star guys and picked up any with higher CA, and then a couple of 5-star guys started sneaking through as a video. I don't know if I can, obviously I can look at the video, but I can't play it. I didn't know they even had VAR in the Venezuelan league.
My Faroe Island boy.
Turns out you're offside on the move. Do you know what, Chaser? There were so many things I thought were going to happen there. That wasn't one of them. If you if you get a second, look at the video Chaser just posted. Afro Chuck, thank you for the 46 minutes. And a Faroe Island boy. Life is even better. So, ironically, Anarith, turns out the change I put on the striker actually didn't lock in, because I must have had it changed on a game when I did next match only. So I've now set it as the lock-in thing, but we actually didn't have it switched on for the last couple of games, weirdly. So there's that. Berger Jarnscore. That's fun. Where did he come through? Oh, not that it matters, but it's always fun when you find out. Presumably a Danish side, but occasionally you do get them in the English leagues as well. I wonder if maybe he came through at Leeds, potentially. Rob with the 45 months as well. I'm going to have to stay on top of my... I'm going to have to stay on top of my throat today. It's, oh, God. Drier than the Sahara Desert. Away from home. Is that the Pens goal song? I wouldn't say I've heard it all that much, to be honest. Yeah, so I've already signed those guys up. We'll just keep an eye on this for the time being. But I promised you during the intro, and by intro I mean the bit where I was talking to you guys in the chat before the intro, which is the reason there wasn't an intro prediction, because I got distracted, that I'd found someone good. Obviously, this has only just begun. I've only had about 12 days on this, so there might still be some more guys to come through. Most of them are the usual sort of ignorable fellas. I had a little look through most of the positions to see if there was anyone good, but for some reason right now, I think it's because of the Spanish stuff, it basically refuses to find us anyone below 20. And it's mostly just those guys in the Spanish league, so eventually they will age out of being visible here, and then things might go back to normal. However, there is one player that stood out to me as actually maybe being worth signing. He is on the screen right now. Can you think about who that might just be? Because he breaks the rule I was going to make, but ultimately, when they're free, you've kind of got... I've just given it away. That was easy. Any guess? Slather me up, mate. Slather me up. Wasn't where I thought that was going. FC Copenhagen, of course, yeah. I know, hang on. I'm just avoiding it. So this is Najib. Najib El Khalki. Moroccan, not an international, incredibly, but quite a good player. Now, my logic with him is not for him to be a centre-back drop-in guy. For me, we train him as a CM in possession, so that way he can drop deeper because he's got 14 passing and 16 vision. So I think he's a really nice understudy in the Hjörter Dahl kind of block, because we have been looking for someone that could come in and make an impact there as a substitute at least, right? And we get a second Moroccan in the starting 11. With Bank. No. He's not for that role at all. This is not for the dropping into centre-back role. I know he can do that, but I wouldn't trust him to do that. For me, he's got too good a passing and vision to be that role. So I want to train him to play as a central midfielder, so that way when he drops back to DM, he's already comfortable. 10 tackling. For a central midfielder, that's fine. Like, 10 tackling is good for one of our CMs. I think we've got some guys that are a bit higher than that, but ultimately he offers stuff for us. And as a free transfer, unless he wants something dumb, I'm really content with that. Because he's not got the highest of CA right now, but it seems that he's got that little extra. Exactly. The other reason I want to do it is because in position training for his in possession thingy works. If it was the other way around, we'd really struggle with it. He's got good bravery, good decisions, good vision. I like him a lot. Left foot, which is nice for that left-hand side. Terrible. It's interesting he's got a grey beard. He's dynamically aged a lot. So, I haven't actually asked his agent yet, though, so hopefully he'll actually be willing to sign for us. It's a high wage, but he is hopefully good enough that it won't matter. And the breakthrough prospect contract is perfect. So if I just get his wage down a tiny little bit, amazing. Low aggression for a centre-back. To be fair, a lot of the centre-backs we've been looking at have had aggression around this amount as well. I don't personally like it being that low. But if they're good elsewhere, I'm willing to let it happen. But yeah, I normally prefer aggression and bravery to be pretty high. Like if you had 19 bravery too, 19 aggression as well. CPG, thank you for the follow. So in that case, I'm just going to approach to sign him. Because we can get him sorted before the window opens. That'll make it even better. Now, what does he want? 8,700. 2-year contract is not happening. That, though, is fine. He probably will get Morocco caps upon joining for us. So I think I want to try to lock in as long a contract as I can. See if I can get one without that clause, but I think it's unlikely. Yeah, I thought it'd be tough to get the extension clause without offering him an international wage rise. So we may have to offer him one, but she's okay. I can do that. I could probably put it around the same level and see if that works. Oh, it does. Interesting. Because historically what I've been doing a lot of the time is going over the top of their like league game one. But maybe you don't need to, especially if I'm adding the relegation release clause in there as well. Brazil caught up in the reference. Wait, was it Thiago? That makes a lot of sense. He has been prolific this year. I know he scores a lot of penalties, but he also scores a lot of not penalties too. He's a great, great player. They've done an incredible job with replacing... Brentford generally do, though, don't they? So it reminds me of what Southampton used to do right back in the day. They keep pushing up the pitch. Yeah, so I used to love a ball-winning midfielder as my DM on support. Sometimes even as a central midfielder to play as my DM, essentially, last year, when you had a bit more or less control. And you'd end up, like... He'd get really far up the pitch, but you had to have the exact right type of player for the role. Tony Sunday was the example of the player, but we tried so many guys until we found Gert Gillet that could actually do it because they had to have absurd work rate and teamwork to make that work. But when they did, oh my god, they were glorious. Hello, Eden. Iceland. Ooh. So the leagues I have loaded currently, I'll just show you. We do have the MLS technically switched on as view only now because I wanted to try that thing with amateur players. I don't know if they maybe don't turn on straight away, but I can't see any. So maybe it takes a little while, I'm not sure. But if it doesn't work, then we'll just switch it off again because there was not a single amateur player available or non-contract in the US or Canada as a result of me switching that on. So maybe it takes a little while for them to permeate down. Maybe you have to have them unplayable instead of view only. I don't know. But I wouldn't have thought you would need to. But if it doesn't work, then I'll just switch it off again. It'll save us a bit of processing power, I guess. Yeah, Steinmetz was decent, but he wasn't like Tony Sunday level decent. But he did have 15 work rate. I think that was my minimum cutoff for it, was 15. Oh, that chance that you had right at the end, Andy, the header from, I think it was Rocadara. I thought you could have won it. Wolves are really good at coming from behind when they're 2-0 down, it feels like. And I think that's the first time they've done this away from home, though. I mean, obviously it's too late now, but I could see them getting closer to the battle at the end. And I still think they'll finish by Burnley easily. In the end. But yeah, that's what I currently have running. Obviously, I've got England like that. That might be changing just when we figure out what the hell to do about England at some point in this save. Might not make a difference, but you never know. 19k players. Bear in mind, I have 190,000 players turned on. So yeah. And it will say patient here, but ultimately, these numbers are based on the players and not the way you actually set these up, because you could have 190,000 players loaded as playable and it would say the same thing. So it's not entirely representative. It's about how you set the players up more than the number of players it is per se, because it just basically uses that as a linear thingy rather than actually taking into account other things, which is tough. I don't know how it could take into account other things, in fairness. Called it yesterday. Nice. That's actually dope that he got called up. Fair play to him, honestly. I mean, Brazil have had... They seem like they've not had a prolific striker. I mean, Richarlison gets in the Brazil squad all the time, doesn't he? Gillette, yep, is the best a man can get. It's true. I don't have a Gillette razor. I don't buy the fancy stuff. I was buying disposable razors for a little while. Just I wasn't using them that often, to be fair. Should have won, we should have. Yeah, I think Brentford also had that chance right at the end, though, didn't they, as well? That back pass thing was so strange. Like, I guess they can't... Why is that not VARable? Because didn't they score almost not directly from it, but close to directly from it? Which I actually don't mind Richarlison. I've rated him for Spurs at times this season, if anything, just because it feels like he's a shithouse, but you need a shithouse. And Spurs at times this season have lacked a guy that's going to be the shithouse for them. And when he came on against us, I know you lost the game, but he scored the goal. And he was the one player that seemed to be giving some vibes to the match. Yeah, he always will give it 100% effort every single time. That isn't always going to give you application, but if you had a whole team of people that play like that, or at least offer the energy to that, it will certainly put you a lot better. The Marley guy, he is a guy who's worth about £40 million, if I recall. Sorry, my apologies, £21 million. Basically, he's an exceptional player that plays for Las Palmas that's way out of our price range. I don't even know why he's being suggested. We don't have anywhere close to that kind of money. Shit is a house. Yeah, but, you know, at least it's something. I'd rather a player that tries. But the fact that I can't stand Richarlison either, but that's why I like him. Players that I don't like often are actually players I do like, because the reason I don't like them is often because they do stuff. If that makes sense. Can't run in direct free kick. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Sunday song. Possibly. I'll just refund your point for that. And Gillette. Oh, there will be some Gillettes around. A glitch. Let's have a look.
Is on the bench. Sorry, actually, before we get into that.
Oh, no.
Norris Mohammed. We had this one great...
What? What? I've never seen... No, I've never seen that glitch before. Got a 5.9 rate on his debut. So less FNG, more RNG in this case. That is unbelievable. I like that it wasn't all 33. There was some 32s in there as well. I know Fulham have been linked with him for sure. Luciano, we sell someone. But again, it's the same problem. That's me doing the exact same thing that's got us into this position in the first place, and I don't want to keep doing it. Like, I don't want to spend another... Bear in mind, I was looking through our transfer history, and we've wasted so much money on centre-backs that aren't any good this season, trying to fulfill that and trying to keep up with the Joneses as far as our first-team signings go. Like, Arola obviously wasn't a centre-back. Adrian was a good price, to be fair. 750 for Tendros was fine, but then it was things like the 4.1 million on Sora, 3.2 million on Ribeiro. Pudasato's okay at 1.7 million. There was just a lot of money being spaffed around. They are priority, but not in the same way they were before. I decided to just stop doing what I was doing because it was really a bad strategy going forward. Like, if we keep trying to sign players for the first team, we will end up spending all our money on doing that, not improving the first team, and wasting loads of cash with no real upside to it. So we decided to pivot to just going back to younger players who are not first team ready that we can make first team ready. Oh yeah, and also 7 million on Hernandez too. That's so much money that we could have done better. We could have done a lot more with it, basically. So I'm content with the fact that Adrian isn't perfect yet, but I do like what he was going to be up to. Like, I'll just show you where he's up to these days. Like, he's not perfect yet, but he is developing, and he was much cheaper, and now he's got a bit of value. I feel like he's the kind of player that we need to have, albeit he's slightly older. We can find some younger guys. Oh, excuse me there. MTK Budapest jersey on Twitch. And my MTK save on Twitch a couple of years ago was one of my favourite saves ever. A viewer was in Hungary at the time and actually bought me this shirt, which actually has the name of one of our regens on the back. Pavlik, he was another massive waste of money. Yeah, he's got the monobrow, which means he's ready for first team action. Also, I've heard. But that's my new strategy, really, is just to... Because it's the thing I always tell other people to do. And I think, if you missed Sunday, we actually discussed this logic quite a lot. What happened was, we progressed so fast in this save because we managed to find a few younger players that were able to develop, and a few guys that were first team ready at those ages. The problem was I kept that mindset of, we'll just sign first team players that are ready, young, and ready to improve every single summer. And obviously, as you improve, those players get more and more expensive and less abundant. So you end up in a situation where you just... If you keep chasing that, you'll stagnate. And that's what I was fearing might happen. So instead of like trying to follow that any further, I've stepped it back and we're going to go for the younger guys again. Name was Janos. Janos was... Oh no, it wasn't Janos. It was Gonzalo Montiel. Was it Gonzalo Montiel? Oh no, Miguel. Was it Miggy? It was Miggy Montiel, wasn't it? The centre-back we had. Miggy, what a guy. Hello, Chili Con Carnage. I think Adrian is actually already on that training as it happens. Let me just check to make sure, but I think that's what he's on currently. It's a shame you can't actually see it default. Yes, he is. That was the other thing I liked about Adrian, is that his weaknesses were his marking and, well... Actually, it's the one thing we could improve easily enough, right? Waiting to be discovered. For sure, yeah. But if they're going to ask for stupid money, want to be squad players, don't have the CA and the quality right now, then I probably won't sign them. I'll look for guys that are a bit younger that we can maybe mould a bit more. Not that we have the money anyway. We actually only have a budget of £3 million, and I just don't want to spend that on selling another guy to bring in another expensive guy that might not work out, because you've got so much more risk, because we still can't guarantee money at the moment. Bit more so than we could before, because we're at least going to hopefully be in the Champions League every year from here on out, which does definitely help. Although we are earning a lot of money from our Champions League run at the moment, which is certainly helpful. 15 and 17. 15 and 17 is tough. If they're based... I've spelt this wrong, haven't I? It's 2 L's. Oh my god. Ruskin! What the fuck? It's 2 of you now. Ruskin, thank you so much. You're up early. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs again. Thank you. These are unbelievably kind of you, and I'm incredibly grateful. And 21 Jonty as well. Thank you so much for the follow, friend. That's super kind of you as well. Welcome in. Christ. Right, sorry, my apologies. That's so nice. Let me move my mouse, damn it. Yeah, so you'll struggle to sign loads of guys that are 15 to 17 unless they're in the same continent as you. But you can do it. It's just not as easy. So we're really looking for the 17, 18 kind of guys. Or if they're EU based in smaller nations around the EU, then we can get them early. Sometimes you can get first dibs on guys from other continents. Agree the signing, but they won't actually sign for you for a while. Honestly, Adam, it's not great still. Still a bit unwell. Coughs now appeared. Temperature's still just there in the background. And the nose is no longer runny. It's just a bit stuffy now. So it's progress, I suppose. It's one of these things where it's just going to take a bit of time. 15. Wow. Check you out. You're now a Brentford influencer. Daz, this is where you need to start a podcast immediately. So yeah, we'll let that happen. We can't progress any further without going into our game against Inter here anyway, so we may as well actually just jump into a game since I've been yabbering at you for the last 25 minutes or whatever. So I did make one tiny little tweak to the tactic in the off-season to try to figure out what was going on with the right back situation. So what I've done for Naeem, and I tested this in a few friendlies, again, tough to say, but the first few friendlies where we didn't have that on, I still noticed that the right back spot was a little bit squiffy. So now I've got him on a Brentfluencer. I've tested him on a couple of games of having him cross from byline with the other stuff we had on, and then John still keeps the original instructions that we had previously, and then added last stream with the stay wider option on John. And obviously Catalar still has his cheeky little extra instruction. So that's what we're going to... Obviously it's Champions League, so I don't want to be dicking about in these kind of games. National team visits. It's worth a go. I did have a look at Natty Caps again in Jan, but there wasn't really a lot around. I did do some more fine-tooth combing with the 20 is plenty as well. There was a brilliant idea on the VOD the other day about adjusting different settings on it to try to find different groups of players. So I have had a look through that as well and added... Basically, we finally got about 200 guys actually in our scout reports, finally, again. So they're actually doing something rather than sort of just sat there scouting the same players. The other thing is, you know, last stream I was like, why does this guy keep coming up in the report? So it turns out the reason why that was happening is because I'd accidentally created a recruitment focus when I was showing the scouting knowledge screen in order to see it. And by doing that, they, of course, keep scouting the same players that are in the recruitment focus. Are these actually getting put onto the bench, or is this just glitching out? Yeah, put Hernandez on the bench there. Well, we've already beaten Inter. We've got previous here. So maybe it's doable. Is that the lineup I actually want for the time being? Yes. And I've been pretty impressed with Abdullahi and Adrian this season. The ratings have been solid. We haven't seemed to have the same dodgy mistakes that we were getting last season, which is possibly a good sign. The one issue we do have is if Docampo does go at some point, which I feel like he will, I'm not content with who we've got behind him yet. I haven't decided who's going to be the long-term replacement because neither of the backup goalkeepers we've put in have really covered themselves in glory right now. Yeah, because when you think of the starting 11 guys, they're playing in the Champions League, and we've only conceded 2 goals in Europe this year as well. Ever, so stupid be a good podcast? I mean, sometimes a lot of the big, like, club chat podcasts and stuff do exactly that all the time. Wait, have I just added an extra man to the bench? Sure, why not? New goalkeeper coming in. Is there? Oh, you're right. Yes, the Paraguayan guy. So at least we've got another option. We've got no shortage of options there. We can just keep trying them until one of them works. So because we got Paraguay man Diakite, Windles, technically as well Segura. Yeah, we actually have the best defensive record in any team in the Champions League, which is mad. In addition, we've beaten Inter at home before. When we went to the Champions League knockouts last time around, when we went our furthest, we went out to Inter, but we did win the home leg in doing so. So if we could just turn up here, there's a chance, particularly as we're the home team. They've copied our system. How bloody dare you? I will not stand for this. LFC Joe, thank you for the follow. Should I come in? Maybe. I mean, he's got 10 caps already. No worries, Eden. Please don't feel like you need to hamper your questions. We love questions. Always feel the ability to ask any question you want in chat, and I promise, especially if it's FM related, I'll do my best to help. So trust me, that's what we're here for. That's what the whole point of the chat, you know. Azerbaijan, Armenia, Lithuania, Kosovo. Ooh, okay. So the crucial thing to look at is what are the rules like for loaning players on that those leagues if you're not willing to make changes to the database itself, because those are things that are going to be hugely important for building a nation save. That's the first question. The second question is maybe even how many teams are in the top flight of those leagues. Maybe. That might be something to consider. I don't know, Dazza, at this point. Naeem's hurt himself already. I am worried by his lack of commitment. Apparently Obradovic is in goal now, which is a new strategy. Hey, Kimo, we're finally playing the 2 goalkeepers you've wanted all along. It only took Inter Milan to make that happen for us. Vibes-based, possibly, yeah. Do penguins have knees? I don't know, but elephants, one of the only animals that have 4 knees. Most animals have knees at the front and elbows at the back, I think. Technically, yeah. But elephants, no, they're different. Get your schwaz out. That is unfortunate, though. So again in Poland. Oh, God. That's unfortunate. Did you find out what caused the crash, potentially? Other teams doing in Europe. So obviously there haven't been any games since last stream because they're all in the Europa League, so their games now completely tie in with ours. But the TLDR is Cracovia are doing really solidly. Legia were doing really badly, but now are doing really solidly again because Ordiku Konda scored 8 goals in 2 games. Unfortunately, Piasklevica finally won their first match, but have got realistically no chance of qualifying for the knockouts because they're already 3 points out and their final 2 matches are against like top 8 sides. So they're probably cooked. It looks like it's going to be Legia and Cracovia through to the next round though, which is okay. Thus far anyway. I think you're right, Daz. And I'm not about that. And I think the club needs to be a bit stronger as well and be like, listen, if you're not staying, then that's fine. But we need to be doing contingency planning on your replacement, whoever that might be. 10 top flight teams. Azerbaijan has 12. Okay, that's interesting. Basically, the reason you'd want a larger top flight, it can be fun without it though, is because there's more teams then that are top flight for you to loan players to, and it gives a little bit more wiggle room in case someone shits the bed in Europe and ends up dropping down a little bit. Glasses of, I don't know. That was a shocking first half. Was there even a highlight? I'm like, change the skin. Surely if you change the skin, then changing the skin back would mean that the save would no longer crash, so you wouldn't need to restart it. Because if it's only the skin that's chorusing it, then you shouldn't have to restart the save. Unless it's something much deeper than that. But usually these things... Usually those things are quite easily resolvable. Like when I had those crashing issues, it was because I was using mods. I haven't actually had a non-mod related crash for a very long time. Probably even since before Christmas now. Right. Okay. So... I mean, even a draw wouldn't be the end of the world, but I feel like if we win this game, top 8 is very much on the cards, because that would put us on 17, which is historically maybe enough. The missing of Naeem is probably not going to help, though. Strikers have kind of suffered a bit today. We are playing Inter, though. Tech stuff. Honestly, Kenneth, just removing the skin should fix the issue, and then you should be good to go. Right. I'm actually going to tell them I'm happy with them, because we have been good, just a little bit toothless, perhaps. Okay, that is interesting, Marcus. What save are you doing? Because I have heard of stuff like that as well. I just know that most of the issues were caused by skins and mods and stuff. And I assume you did like verification of game files and stuff, because that can sometimes... I've had an issue where my game broke, even though it was not related to any mods I was using in any way, but re-verifying the game files did actually fix it, because something got balked in an update that it didn't mean to, and yeah. So there could be like knock-on effects potentially as well. But I would say it's very much worth We've not had a single highlight in this game. Good God. Short for sub. What, as in Twitch are doing 30% off subs to the channel, Kenneth? I didn't realise they were doing that. Is that what you meant? Because if that is the case, I might have a way around that. Georgia. Georgia was one of the teams that I've considered for a Building a Nation save, to be fair. Right. There we go. Un momento. Substitutions presumably here, right? Oh no, you're here for the entertainment and I'm providing it. Let's see. Oh my God! SecondYellowCard, thank you for the gifted sub. What a generous... Now you don't have to worry about it, Kenneth. Sub hype. Puts medal on himself. I didn't get a discount, but oh well. Right, Fila is coming off. We'll roll the dice, make it happen. Oh, you've been so nice to me today, chat. The least I can do is give some back. Matt strokes own ego live on stream. I've not even met my Holy yet. Speaking of, I actually talked to Holy yesterday and things are very, very positive, chat. So there's a very strong chance that Holy may well be sticking with the channel for a while, which is cool. And we've got some really cool shit planned as well. Obama medal meme, exactly, yeah. It's a bit like when the board clear their own financial debt and then you get rewarded for it. Abdullahi's been really bad today, and I don't know how, because we've not seen anything. So's Obra. It's got to be Joby. Job's done bits for us in Europe. He's a bit... Oh, Christ, Tomashevic is hurt, isn't he? It might have to be Krzyzanowski here. Oh, dear. Just gonna, you can use it as many times as you like. I believe so, anyway. I believe the way it works is that the main discount code SYC is for 10% off, I believe, or 5% off all orders. And I don't believe that's... I think there's... You can use it as many times as you like. And the other one's £5 off. But I don't believe they're limited by the number of times you can use them. The green... I think I have had a couple of the green teas. Pog maybe one on stream once, I think. Oh, I finally found out. It's the 19th that the Cola Koala and the Blue Raspberry come out. Because I know a lot of you wanted to get some of those, but they're not out yet. So they come out, what is it? Thursday, I believe, anyway. And obviously they're also working on something really cool, which I can't tell you about because I don't actually know. But apparently, it's like a new thing. So I'm quite excited about what that's going to be. Strawberry and Kiwi is immense. It's up there for me. One of my favourites, for sure. Hello, Texamodo. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome to the first highlight of the match. I'm not even joking. This is the first highlight we've had in this entire game. Think about the new releases. Exactly. I'm a company man. What can I say? Go on, Dudu. That's it. Just let them all the way through. That was never going to be a goal. It's already Thursday. Exactly. Maybe you can get pre-orders. Because of the mad... I don't know if I'd say madhouse. That feels like something people say when they're, like, really dull. It's like that person that thinks their life's absolute chaos, but it just isn't. Basically, Imogen Andrews sketches on Instagram. Right, we've been surprisingly stable here. The stability appears to have come at the expense of any kind of fun. I guess if you were finding a way to get them for free, because there was a thing that some people were doing once with exactly that, where they'd found a way to basically gift subs in a way that meant that it was a lot cheaper, but you got paid more or something. I don't know. Yeah, Basel are kind of cooking. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the one highlight from that match. What a strike. That's also our 5th consecutive clean sheet in Europe, including draws against Sporting and Inter. I mean, that's how you get through games. Let me tell you. Woo. What a result. Oh, Hungary. What a day for me to be wearing my MTK shirt. Gordik in Poland. Ooh. Gordik, I really like in this save. They've got a good managerial setup. They've got some good loanees from us as well. Yeah, MLS is added as viewable, but there's no amateur players in it whatsoever. So I'm not sure what's gone on with that. It is now officially added, but I can't see a single amateur or non-contract player in either the MLS or Canada for some reason. Well, we've done it. I'm going to yell at them. You should have done better. I think they just shut down our strikers and couldn't offer anything. The defense was packed, though. I mean, ultimately, I'm not complaining. The milkshakes are exceptional because the thing I like about the milkshakes is I just whack them in my protein shake in the morning. Because my protein shakes are that they have some flavour, but they're not that flavoursome. Whereas the milkshakes actually are, so it makes them just taste good, which is delightful. Missed absolutely nothing, Judo. There was one highlight in the entire match. We are keeping things dull. You mean the best 4 teams in Europe? Tottenham, PSG, Basel, and Wisła Kraków. Don't like milkshake? That's okay, Kenneth. You don't have to drink the milkshake. You don't have to drink anything. That's the beauty of it. God, Rapid... We only beat them 1-0. Bayern's still not qualified, by the way. A draw could. Usually you need number of games times 2 plus 1. So 17, which is why I was kind of hoping we grabbed the dub here. Unfortunately, our next game is away to Liverpool, which is probably going to be... I think we're away to Liverpool, right? Yeah. I'm not sure we get through that. I think our chance to get top 8 was that game right there. Something different. I think it's just because it makes it taste really nice, right? Ultimately, because that is the best. That is the thing about Holy. It just tastes nice more than anything else. Like they're not out here saying, "Ah, it does this, that, and the other." Ultimately, what it does is it tastes good. That's fine. Inter hold up for a draw. And exclamation! Holy will get you the link. There you go. Shh. Perfect company man. And it is now in the links for the VODs too, because I realised that me talking about it on stream all the time and then giving no real easy way for people to actually access it was stupid. Right. Montparnasse has already got 4 years on his current deal. Oh, wait, no, hang on. This is tough. Because that is a lot of money. And he still has 2 years left on his contract. But it is only 2 years. That's the problem. It's like, at some point, I do need to give him a new deal to try to lock him down for a longer period of time. Walk away to see if he kicks off. True. Well, I think that is what he wants, right? Because this sort of... The problem with this screen is it basically bypasses the part where you ask the agent. That's the point. Let's walk away, see if he kicks off, and then see what happens. Well, the thing is, if I see what he wants, then we have to get out of the deal if we don't like it, and I don't really want to do that. I'd rather not completely upset him if we can. The wage structure is... There's a few guys down there that have got some pretty high wage... it's on this one, isn't it? Wait, is it? I should completely forget where it even is. Oh, it's under recruitment, of course, because, you know, that makes total sense. So yeah, Catalar, Montparnasse, Fila, Pena, all sort of around that 40k part. Holy, so I believe it is Captain Z1 in certain countries. I'm not sure if it is in the UK just yet. It's mostly an online thing, I think, because they've only just branched out. Contract renewal. The only way to do it, basically, is to ask their agent before you offer them it, because they will often lock it fully in if you don't. And that is the most crucial thing. Like I said, we can't ask the agent on the contract, because this screen here bypasses that screen. So it sort of treats you as if you have asked his agent about a nuke. Oh, no, wait. Yeah. It basically treats you as if you have asked the agent, but it doesn't give you the bit where you can actually negotiate with the agent. It's quite frustrating, unfortunately. I really would like to get this one done, even if it does cost us a bit more cash, because we do have the money, and he's the one with the clause, so it's okay. No one else's contract would suffer. Let's resolve contract talks with the agent. Ah, this might get us into the talks now. Good. Oh. I was kind of hoping that that would mean that we could then talk, but apparently not. We'll just have to jump into the deals and see what he wants. Ah, now we can. I don't think that was there before. Maybe it wasn't. I was misreading it. Keen to re-sign him. Domestic Cup is fine. That's not happening, but it's not locked in anyway. Honestly, that's not locked in, so it shouldn't be a problem. Because it's not blue. If it's highlighted in blue, basically, you want to try and get rid of it. This one I don't really mind, because it's not big an issue. But if that was logged in blue, we'd hit this button down here. But for me, just trying to get the base wage down as much as possible at this stage could work. Oh, that's quite a drop, actually. That's a huge drop. That's like 10 grand a week. Superb. So he's on 40.5 right now. Star player. Do I risk it? You know what? Fuck it. If there's one player that gets to be star player, it is him, to be fair. The only reason I didn't knock it down is because if you do that, they often put this back up again because you've then changed the terms of the deal. Right, so 60k base now is better. That's 10% is not a big issue. This I'm going to remove and exclude because we don't want that in there at all. I'll play him all the time. Exactly. There's very few players I would ever consider to be a star player. He's one of them. These bonuses I'm absolutely fine with. Match highest earner clause, we can get rid of that, even though he most likely is going to be the match highest earner. Yes, that on fee is locked, so we can't do much. Well, we could actually increase it, technically. If that would maybe help. I might even up that to 15%. Hello, Fran. We've got to get the Red Mumbler staying. Can I offer him one more year? No, I actually can't. So I think my next plan is to up the appearance fee a bit, because he's going to play a load, but that's okay, because it will allow me to get the contract down a little bit if I can. He's going to ask for more money anyway. Let me up the agent fee a bit, since we got the cash, and the loyalty bonus as well. He'll still ask for more, because I've obviously removed a few things. Bloody hell! What? Yeah, no, I'm not giving you £75,000. Are you mad, bro? I know I took away your release clause, but I'm not giving you that. My Christ. Okay. Higher appearance fee. Let's up the assist bonus too. Ooh. I could give him a contract that essentially it works out. Relegation release clause. Thank you. Why didn't I not put that in there? That might be enough, actually. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Now, I could potentially bail this out, get him to sack his agent, and go from there. Perhaps. Let's go 59. All right. We'll see if he sacks his agent. That's his fault. I think we've offered him a pretty fair package there. My next step would have been towards that, but the second he went orange, I was like, right, we've got to get this kind of done now. It's fine. Either he sacks his agent or we just go back in again. Saves money. It can, but remember, like anything else in the sort of negotiations, it will then mean that they'll want more money because of that, generally speaking. It seems like that anyway. Okay, that sucks. Oh, by the way, there was a guy that we were looking at briefly. That, again, I couldn't see much about him, and I know that he's yet another centre-back, but I just saw a few things. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. One last attempt. And he was wanted by someone else. I think it was Sevilla. Potentially Shimon Perouse. Okay, here we go. This should work. We are, Lord Justin, in. Yeah. We are deciding that we want to try to get him locked down as long as we can. Does he know that we've even spoken to his agent? Because I'm starting to think that he doesn't know that we've even talked to his agent at this point. He's starting to get down, starting to think he might want a new contract. You mean the one that you turned down less than a day ago, bud? That one, that new contract. Incredible. So it's 12:42 and 9 o'clock last night. Well, screw it, we get a second round at it, chat. This is the beautiful one. Watch his agent say no now. Right. Couldn't agree more. Talk will start very soon. There you go. Want to get you here. Yeah, agent really said, ah ha ha. So, imagine if now I can't offer him a contract. Okay, star player. Screw it. See what they want this time. Interesting. Interesting thoughts. Before I do anything, though, I am going to sneak in the relegation release clause. I'll even give him like a 25% sell-on fee, because no matter what, we earn stupid money on him anyway. Do I keep the match highest earner clause in perhaps for a bit? If he's that good. We can't make it 5 years, unfortunately. I'll obviously add his appearance fee back up again. Yeah, I actually think we might as well just keep it in there. Oh, is it not? Oh, my bad. There we go. Yeah, we'll get that up. Oh, hang on. Okay, it's a bit weird. Get that assist bonus up. Get that bonus up. The crucial one for me to get rid of was this release clause. That release clause there. That has to go. Everything else, though, is okay. Player of the season in the Champions League. Honestly, mate, I can give you huge bonuses for this. Because if you get them, right? If I got that down to, like, there, I feel like I've offered him enough extras that could maybe work. Let's try there. Okay. So we've found a negotiation room here. Let me bump that up. 57. Ultimately, he's our best player, and I get the feeling he will be for a foreseeable future, so I'm not bothered if we keep that in the contract, to be honest. I can't see a lot of other players being able to demand that kind of money, and I just simply wouldn't give it to him, ultimately. That's good. That means that we've again got 4 years on him. We'd obviously have to revisit, because we couldn't offer him a really long deal, but the fact is, we're still keeping a player here who is much better than the club. Like, he is far too good for us. There's no reason that he should still be at the club at this stage, but the fact that he's even looking for a new deal rather than trying to move is insane. Like, who does that? You think he'd be like, no, I want to leave. We do find out big matches, and that will be important, but I'm starting to get the feeling that he might honestly be too good to even have that matter. I think he does have at least decent big matches, to be fair. Right, Alexander Pop. Unfortunately, no Alexander Pops. We're sans them. He loves it here. We gave him his chance. I see what you mean, basically. So we just kind of treat him as a hard cap, and a player's wage should sort of be judged a little bit based on how they measure up to someone like him, pretty much. So, you know, important players and first team guys that are really good and getting their new contracts should be around that 30, 40 grand mark. Guys like, say if Naeem came up for a new deal, he's probably going to be in the 45, 50 grand mark, but he hasn't had a new deal yet. So when he does, that's like his album. Luckily with Naeem, we had a 3-year extension, so we managed to knock that can down the road a little bit on some of those guys to keep them on lower fees, which has certainly helped. How are Wisła ladies doing? They're doing the usual. They're getting relegated again. of a similar contract. I think the likelihood of us finding a guy as similar as Montperouse is 0. Genuinely. The only reason we even have him is because we signed him when he was much worse. Still ridiculously good, but way younger. He is probably the only player we'll manage to find in that kind of mold in the entire save almost. And that's fine, because usually I don't get one guy like him, let alone more than one. He is usually the exception, and he's given me a false... He's ruined all other footballers for me, basically. Him and Pena, to be fair, who is, despite being his understudy, still unreal in the match engine. And keeping control of a wage structure is extremely important, and knowing when to increase it. It definitely is a little bit more easy in certain areas. I noticed that now that we've got the what I'm calling the Dusan Obradovic gaslight circle, it has been somewhat more easy. Because every time a player comes to me about their contract, I just say that Dusan was happy to stay, and then they say it's all good. But then when he comes to me, I can use one of them, and then it just goes round and round in circles. So that's okay. Until eventually I do actually have to give him a new contract, which will come along at some point. But luckily, a lot of those guys are actually tied down to really long-term deals. We managed to get a few cheeky ones on those proper 8-year long length deals. So there's Marta Torrejon, who is a head of youth development. I'm not sure who these lookups are. Don. Oh, hang on. No, she was playing for... Of course, she was playing at Barca, of course. Upcoming friendly. Oh, shit, there was a friendly in there. It's fine. I'll cancel that, I think, unless it's been played. That shouldn't have snuck in there. That's my assistant. He does sometimes do that. I confused her with the Marta that's managing... Ooh, who is she managing in this league now? Is it Brookbet? I think it's Brookbet. Either way, head of youth development. Not a good one, but a head of youth development nevertheless. I've actually already forgot. Get him in rush, Jinx. Problem solved. Good lord, there's so many of these lookups. Bonansea. I'm guessing it's Alan? But I'm not sure. All-star for all levels. Nah, most of the time what I do is I let the... Barbara. We're not seeing a Barbara's. There's no Barbara Bonasayas. Just Federico's, unfortunately. She may have retired. Well, she clearly retired. Or wasn't in the same to begin with, but I recognise the name, so I'm guessing she has. Giacinti. There's Valentina Giacinti, who I'm guessing is the one. Yep, because Houston. So, no. Because when the game came out, our B teams, none of the B teams are in any of the playable leagues. It is a shame. There is actually a database you can get now that has the lower leagues in Poland that will have B teams in, but that wasn't available to us at the time of release or when we started the save, and thus we are just on the vanilla game with the 2 playable leagues as Poland have. It would have been nice to have that. It certainly helped in Malta a little bit, I would say, particularly when it comes to loan farm. So if you are considering doing Poland one, maybe consider doing it with the tier 5 database for Poland. It'll make your loan farm life way easier because you'll actually be able to keep players out on loan a little bit more, because players basically refuse to go back out on loan for the most part to teams that are not in playable leagues, which was a big issue when starting the loan farm initially. I actually don't know Musharak. Exactly where they are. We see them in the cup sometimes. Not that that means a lot, but yeah. Unfortunately, no Blessing Makanda. We've not been blessed with Blessing. Kathinka. What a cool name. There she is. Actually still playing as well. Very shiny forehead there. Oh. Without them. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's not the end of the world. Don't find any players for you. I guess it depends on how you're setting your scouts up to find the scouts, ultimately. Oh, is she at Spurs in real life? Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. What a strange number of games. Is the Fraulein Bundesliga just really short? Because she scores prolifically, but just never actually plays. How very odd. On the B team. Division column. But where would you add the column? Oh, in like the second team squad page. Wait, let me just... Division. Oh, there you go. You actually can. Wow, I did not know that. 3rd Division Group 4. So yeah, that's the level there, which I think is actually the 4th tier, now that I think about it. But yeah, so they have a long way to go, and unfortunately they won't likely move a lot. Playable leagues by editing the rep of the BT. Oh yeah, the rep definitely would work, but obviously I can't edit anything like that. A lot of the promotions from this to the second tier are determined, but basically promotion into the playable leagues is usually done by reputation, as you've proven there. But obviously I can't edit that now. So, for example, one time when I did that FC Santa Claus video all those years ago, I basically just kept reloading the database over and over and over until they eventually got promoted. I don't think I can actually see her injury history. Oh, no, I can. Oh, dear. Oh, my lord. Lots of small injuries. Admittedly, she would have been absolutely hobbled by the injury bug in the game as well. In the other leagues, it's second tier for most of the major ones, and then England down to the 6th tier, just so that we can get a bit of extra context for things, basically. Ah, there you go. That's the database you could potentially have a look at. The one that Chase has just put there. It'll give you some more stuff. I assume it splits into regional leagues at one point as well, right? Continue the loans. Should hopefully get some more guys out in January as well. Yeah, I think they have fixed that now, Don. I believe. Well, actually, there's one way to find out, because we already looked at Sven's hands a little bit, but just checking out Sven's hands these days, if we look at their squad, I'm pretty certain... Oh, that's not the right screen. Let me just put the loan farm one on. That's much more like it. They've got, what, 5 injuries. 2 of them are red. So that's definitely been worked out, which is nice. Excuse me. That needed to happen. I was actually surprised that stayed in the game as long as it did, to be honest. Oh. That seems realistic. Wait. Oh, these are loads of the freebie guys I was showing you earlier. I still had a few more outstanding ones to go through, because there's so many of them in there. Hello, Michael. Mr. Sweet Left Tootsies himself. Oh, good God. Suarez and Lunga both injured. Okay, he's done for a bit. Please don't be too bad. Tight calf. We're fine. I mean, he's not going to start the next game or anything, but it's still important to have him around. I didn't. Thank you for reminding me. Let's do that now. At some point, eventually, the 2 batches of the Patreon players will overlap. Oh, wait. Oh, it might have been the one that tells you... I must have done. I don't remember doing it. Either it was the report that tells you they're leaving in a week, or it was the confirmation of me already retrialing them, potentially. Either way, they are still here. Unfortunately, none of them still have the bids. It's a problem. There's quite a few of them that I'm thinking in the summer they may well very much need to sign for us and just be thrown out to Pushtinia Pormitsa, potentially. Oh, right. Okay. Is there anyone new in this one? No, that guy already signed up. Just keeping an eye on that. Obviously, got to check in on the team reports as well. Have I spawned you? I don't know, Mike. I'm not sure you will at all, because I started this save on a version of the game that basically doesn't seem to have any face in the game players in it for some reason. I mean, it has like 15 of them, but it's been the same ones the entire time. Oh, sorry, 16 of them. Maybe one of them is Mike. I don't think they are, though. So Rashidi was one of the ones that was always in there. Sander Mars was usually... There he is. Was always in there as well. Although it looks like a few more have spawned in recent seasons, so maybe it's just dripping them in a little bit more slowly. It seems like... Why can't you sort... Oh, no. Why can't you sort this screen? Why are these columns even here? There does seem to be a few more 17-year-olds cropping up, so maybe they are just starting to sort of sneak in. But yeah, it definitely doesn't look the same as when in your saves right now. Most of them are Turkish. Yeah, I wonder why. What, one of the new ones? That is strange, because we've not touched Turkey at all. How very strange. Oh, is your one... Which... Is your one... Oh, Gordo. Is it Gordo... Is this your one, or is it the guy at... I forget which one it is. Wait, why have I spelled that wrong? Or no, is it Gordon Stevenson? I forget which one yours is. Because there's 2 called Gordo. Let me just check the list. Stevenson, I was going to say, because there's another guy called Godo, and I thought that might have been you. There you are. Scotland, Rangers. Actually. Oh, now you're chefing. Finally. Took a little while, but you are actually getting a lot of game time now. Regular stuff. Oh, wait, actually, are you? So you were... Last year, you started all 33 games. Well, you started 33 games for Rangers, but this season, it's back down to 2 starts and 17 sub-appearances, which is weird, again. I wonder if it's just the way that the AI managed squads a little bit strangely. Yeah, there's been some very I think the biggest issue with the Patreon regions this time around is their refusal to leave their clubs when they're playing like crap or not playing at all. We have finally seen a few moves. So Invert the Defense, who signed for Luton briefly, is now at Fulham. They bought him. It's the ones that finally got their moves are now chefing, but the others are just not. They could have been injured all season, I suppose, but I can play other positions. Let the man cook. You are playing a lot, in fact. And so it started off not being a lot of starts, but now it is. So you're pretty much a first team regular now for Falkirk. I like that your your position makeup is almost the same as Gordon's one. Got a few assists last year. Rating's not been great, but you are still in the Premiership and got promoted with Falkirk actually to the Prem. African Landsnails. I have heard of African Landsnails actually. Back when I was at school, they actually had one at the biology department, which was just a very cool creature. They were quite sweet. I think they're quite cool. I've always felt snails are kind of cool. Okay, so most of this report is just the amateur guys I was looking at, and then the guy from the from the transfer room in, which is fine because I can just hit keep report on those guys because any of them will come through here if they're any good as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. I kind of want to get to the start of the window because there's going to be loads of fellas joining us now. We can have a look through some of them. Most of them will end up being a little bit shite. So they were leaving. So Najib El Khalki's coming in. That is awesome. For free, can't really argue with that. He's exceptional. I've had a few, yeah. For lunch. It's a delicacy, you know. That'd be a lot to eat, actually. Right, back to the list with you. Lovely old job. Oh, gosh. You mean Lionel Messi and my Osasuna save? Filters for the rec setup. I think I just have it on all. Because ultimately with this, I'm just looking for... Oh, sorry, you mean these. I think I've still got it pretty much sending everything, except agent offers, because it was filling up this box a little bit too much. Advice cards are fine. These ones just in case. But for the most part, I think I just have it set to default with the exception of the agent offers, because they were getting a bit annoying. There was just too many of them for them to actually be useful. It's great at the start of a save, though. The agent offers you get at the start of a save, having those switched on is imperative. That's how you get the freebies and loans meta going, pretty much. Had 20 babies. That's a lot of babbies. That snail's going to have its work cut out. Another goalkeeper that we do have, actually, is this guy here. So there's definitely no shortage of options for us. A lot of them are mustachioed as well. Jeremy Lutumba Monga. Reflex is good. One-on-one's good. Handling good. Tell you what, Jeremy, if he wasn't injured, is another potential option in that role. We have a lot of backup goalkeepers that we could potentially use. Yeah, the caps as well. Because I really do feel like if someone bids on De Campo, I'm selling him. Just because as much as he's been good, that hatred of big matches is what's going to stop us from winning a Champions League, probably. Because it might get us somewhere towards it, but it's definitely going to be an issue. Wait, what? Tottenham seek Montpellier deal. Wow, really? Oh, they're not after Catalar this time, in fairness. They finally found someone new to go after. And it's the player that wants to stay in typical Wisła fashion. Right, window's open. With that in mind, let me just quickly switch back over to the team report one, just to keep an eye on that, make sure we haven't forgotten anybody like that, because there's a guy at Sparta Prague. Things you'll love to see. Just taking a little smattering of these guys. Admittedly, the guys at like Genk are just going to be too expensive, but Sparta Prague, man. Daniel Dostal is a mercenary left-sided winger. Okay, not quite what we were looking for, but he's there. Oh. JNC. JL, I like a three-named goalkeeper, or just a three-named player in general, provided you can shorten their name down to it being a really nice two-name pair, like a little acronym. 19 signings confirmed. The old Matt is back. Worry not. Oh, Pokemon Orson. Is he playing on loan right now? Yeah, he kind of is. And Brookbet are kind of cooking at the moment. I might reject that one, since he's already got a loan currently. 19, I know. And that's just the beginning. Now, most of them are freebies, admittedly. But there is going to be a couple of good guys in here too. Like the Al Chalky. Watch him no longer have 5-star PA. Okay, there's a lot of nice Bs in there. And Cs. Okay. My God, how big is his CA? Well, okay then. We'll start at the top, I suppose. Let me just send them all on their Duolingo courses. That can't cost more than about a lot. That altogether only costs us 2 million quid, which is pretty much the rest of our money. Oh my god. Wait, is it every single one of them, Obradovic? Oh no, Hursadal gets to do one. I'm not really sure why. Oh no, Campo gets a couple. Yeah, some of these guys look a little bit better than I was expecting. Given that I was just harvesting... A lot of the good amateur ones I found are from Colombia, as that does seem to still seems to be producing a good quantity of players that are younger and getting game time, whereas most of the major leagues now have completely dried up. Dried up. Words are hard. Also, Aguilar. Which one's Aguilar? Oh my god. Oh, you're right, Wonder Kid. Who is Aguilar? Oh, that's the goalie. Do you know what? I love that. We've just looked at our fourth goalie and gone, yeah, this guy might be the one to do it. And then this guy's considered a wonder kid. He wasn't before, was he? Or do we just simply not know? This is going to be so difficult now. We've got 5 backup goalies. One of them is going to have to be... Why is there not a way to just send them all around to do this at the same time? And that's not a new thing for 26. It's an annoyance in 24 as well. But ooh. Right, sick. Done. Starting on the top, I suppose. Mahida. He's... The reason I signed him is because I quite liked his attributes. Like, there were some decent attributes in there. So we'll just get you straight on the loan list, which you're not on for some reason. But he's 18. I think I might have signed him ages ago, actually. Daniel Bois. Again, average as all hell. Free transfer. Can't complain. I swear I put that in his contract. He's already on the loan list. Nice. Aguilar. Perfectionist. Reflexes, handling, one-on-one. Do you know what? Even if his ceiling maybe isn't the highest, I'm a fan. 18 handling. Great decisions, great concentration. We don't know his big matches obviously yet, but I'm not even bothered that he doesn't apparently have the highest PA. It might just be that he's so good now he doesn't need it. That's very good, yeah. Agility's really nice too. Not the highest stamina, but he's a goalie, like who cares? He's got 14 technique as well, which is just hidden by my camera. That might get adjusted potentially. Either way, huge fan of him. We'll need to register him potentially. And at only 20, the areas where he would need to improve actually are these areas up here. And these are really decent as well. Because this stuff, we could leave him alone. If he finishes his career with these attributes here, I'm happy. It's these ones that we could work on. Aerial ability. Yeah, he's got 13 jumping range, 6 foot tall. Command of area is at least 13. It's not something in the league. The issue is basically... Docampo expects to start, and I'm not trying to piss him off. I'm happy to sell Docampo if someone puts a bid in, and this guy's happy to be the backup, which is what he is. So Docampo just seems to do the job until we get to the bigger games. That's what I wouldn't mind. I mean, he might get rotation anyway, because we have been rotating a bit more, but it's not really worked out that well for us so far. Can I register players in the league yet? Right, nice. So he should be able to be dumped straight into the squad here. We'll have to take someone out, I think, but... Wait, where is he? Oh, of course, I've got to set to unavailable. That is really annoying. That should not be... Oh, no, he doesn't have to be registered. He's under 21. So why did it say unregistered? Oh, it's Champions League, isn't it? It was saying unregistered because our next game is the Champions League match and it defaults to the competition you've got up next. Right, I'm an idiot. We could definitely play a game with him in rotation for sure. Next league game, we'll pop him in, just see what he does. Not like a fair test for him, really, but it'll do. Oh, I didn't look at the rest of them. My apologies. One sec. That's good signs, though. Those guys are getting bids already. Right, where are we? Sub the keeper on... No one would ever sub on a keeper mid-game. Hello, Leafy. We've been signing some people. This guy we already know. Please, somebody's got the... Yeah, completely content with that. What I do need to do... I love that he wasn't in the senior squad. Get him training immediately. In possession role. Midfield centre. It's midfield playmaker, isn't it? Try and get that bumped up and get him more comfortable there. He is an excellent footballer. And we now have finally got someone that we can bring on in place of Hirta Darling games. Because it feels like to me, like Job has been better to bring on instead of Obradovic on the right. We've been a little bit light in terms of midfield depth options. And I think that Al Kalki could be that man. And our second Moroccan in the starting 11. I don't mind the regen faces, honestly. But it might just be because I got so bored of the ones from 24, in fairness. We've got Carlos James. Not the same. He's already on the loan list. That's fine. We got Diego Delgado. These are all just like cheap-ish. Well, they're all free, in fact. And their contracts are relatively low at this stage, so that's okay. Yeah, Ranjbar might be time for him to get a sale. There is interest. Next gen faces. I'm not sure what that is. There's a next gen list which is in March or whatever, but that's nothing to do with. That's just regens, isn't it? Jack McCann. I signed him mostly because he was Australian and looked like he had okay attributes. So we got an Aussie in at least. Thomas Platzer. Similar kind of story. They're mid, but they're good for the loan farm. Actually, his attributes look all right for the loan farm. We've got this guy here, Adem Delibalta. Again, fine attributes, no big deal. This guy I mostly signed because he had a really cool name. Ingvold Totslansdal. I'd like to believe that he's posh. Need to get a Kiwi. Hey, they just need to generate a player that's worth signing and I'll sign them up. Jonathan spelt a little bit more PA on him, maybe. Attributes are mid. I hate that it resets the list every time. Davis Jelic. Sorry, Jelic. Similar story. Team training is just fobbed off because I find it such a pain in the arse to actually work with it this year. Individual training I do take care of for the most part because it's really important in terms of players' development to manage those things. I often do forget on certain players, and at one point I might have to go through and actually look at that properly. But when I'm signing players I really care, that guy I'm really intrigued by, then I will take a bit more time over it. This guy needs to be on the loan list as well. If nothing else, these guys are going to pimp out the loan farm a little bit more. We'll circle back to that guy because I signed him on a whim, and I'm now starting to think that he might end up being the best signing of the bunch because that's naturally how FM works, isn't it? There's this guy here, Guillaume Guanesh. Hey, some okay attributes on him. It's weird that they're not automatically loan listed because I'm pretty certain it was in their contracts. Sun Sato. Oh, he's bad. But he might have been a guy I signed a few years ago that couldn't join us yet because I've noticed we were able to sign players out of Japan much earlier. And then Luis Gonzalez, he's mid as all hell, but enjoy Pushini Pormitsa. Nugent Facepack. Oh, there might well be. I don't know. I don't use things like that anymore, really, because I found that the faces, at least in FM, those that they are gopping, they at least have more variability. I found that the face packs I was seeing, they just looked the same. And I was like, I stopped using them pretty much on my last save. Right. Okay, this is the guy that they're rating really highly. Okay, then. He's actually good. He is actually good. 17 heading. Aggression's still a little on the low side. Bravery's great, though. And his name's Jaidiva Kwesiapul. I don't know how to say that name. Kwesialpud? I'll call him Pud. Hang on. If you were to keep asking it or keeping it auto, to whom would you do it? Would you keep it? Right. Hang on. Sorry. So, main training I just give to my assistant, generally speaking. And then I just do individual myself. That's how it... I think it just gets delegated automatically, but I believe it goes to your assistant, generally speaking. He's got 16 pace. He makes up for his lack of pure aerial ability with being strong and fast and having amazing positioning. Obviously, we can't touch him yet because he's going to be on loan at Millionaires for the rest of the season. I'm amazed he chose to sign for us at all. That's much more like it. And he's 19, rather than being one of the guys that's slightly older. He will turn 20 soon. That's a bit more like it. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't be using him. He's obviously going to play centre-back for us. We don't use full-back, so he would... Believe me, the plan was never to play him outside of being a centre-back. I just think he's really, really good. Which training is? I would say very, because ultimately the individual training is what will allow you to focus a player on getting them better, as we've already seen throughout this save so far. If you're not using individual training to improve a player's weaknesses, you'll just end up with them getting a little bit better in everything, maybe, and a little bit less better overall as well. So for me, individual training is extremely important. The results you get with it are absolutely insane, particularly with certain additional focuses. Some of them aren't as good, but some of them are incredibly good. And it's about knowing which ones to use at the right time. These are all Japanese clubs, unfortunately. That's both Austrian sides, which I kind of expected. I'll go a day so we can let the other guys, if there are any bids on them potentially in there. Heidebar Kwesialpu. Okay. I think I might still call him Pud. It works. Heidevar works. I like... Oh, Heidever. Heidever? It's a great name either way. Like, I'm a huge fan of it. These are all going to be Colombian sides, aren't they? The fact they're actually offering us money is surprising. Paz. Yeah. These are not going to be ones we want. That's okay. I'll offer them out again in a minute. I mean, hey, whatever works for you. I always do an individual focus and not an overall role focus until they're about 21. In a weakness the player might have, and then I go from there. Ranjibar, Cash, and Segura. New contract for Montparnasse. Things you love to see. He's just so good, isn't he? Sometimes I just look at his profile and marvel at him. I believe the game does consider him to be world class now. I forget which screen that shows up on, his media description. I swear it does say that he's world class. And I can't disagree. If we came up against a team with a regen that looked like him at 21, we'd be like, oh my god, they're cheating. So, the fact that we've actually managed to grab one, oh god, now Abramovich is going to want a new contract, isn't he? Okay. The problem is, have I got anyone to say it to? Oh my god, I don't. This could be the end of the Abramovich. Nah, he's a team leader. There we go, what a good egg. Is it a scouting report? There was some other screen where I saw it, I think. I can't remember where, because obviously he's my own player. So I've actually forgotten which one that was on. But it does apparently consider him world class. We're still only 1 point clear at the top of the league. We're on for like 80 odd points this year. And they're just right there. Krakowi's in your mirror may look closer than, maybe closer than they appear. Rogalski, okay. Oh, those are freebies. That's fine, we'll let that happen. I did a few little contract extensions of loanees as well, to make sure that we got anyone that was good out on loan, got a new contract, stayed out on loan, in theory. And I've let a few guys sort of expire in the sense that I've set them for release. If they were players that had come in, were no longer in the loan farm, and were sort of no longer useful to us, we were still paying their wages. It might be in there. It was definitely in a news article that I saw in my feed, because I wouldn't have been digging around there. I think it might have been with relation to some kind of end of season awards that he didn't win, but was sort of in the name for. I can't remember exactly which. Because I think at 21, he should still be, in theory, in the hat for things like the European Golden Boy, which I think Dushan actually won last year, which is surprising. So yeah, Lenny Yoro. Why am I struggling? Help me. Call an ambulance. Lenny Yoro. Christ. Got there in the end. He's done for the year, though, because he has obviously got his 1 assist and 2 player of the match awards. He's not able to get any more. Next gen eligible. No, next gen's 19 at the highest, isn't it? Pretty certain next gen finishes at 19. Jom's Bombs having a stromp. Call a bondulance. And Yenny Loro, fuck's sake. I wish I was doing this on purpose. I really do. Lenny Yoro. Not difficult words. They both have 2 syllables. Matt, what's going on? Are you okay? I'm ill. And apparently it's gone to my brain. The white peach good. Yes. I haven't had much of the white peach because I got one in one of the taster packs I had, Kenneth. But I think I only had about 2 sachets. Great flavour. Today, actually, for my energy, instead of doing cola koala, I'm going to give an apple alligator a go. Because it's got an alligator on it. She sells Lenny Euros by the seashore. So that was fine. Just need to add some context around it and your boy's good. Or something. Smell burnt toast? No. Just every time I do smell it, I get really hungry because toast is delicious. I'm an absolute toast fiend. I guess with Yoro, I actually had Yoro in the league thing we did over the summer. And once we finally got the tactic working in that, he was so good for my team in that. Ooh, Claudio Vallejos. Sure. I like that they're bidding for our players for loan when we're not even offered them out yet. Now might be a good time to do that, actually. Old fan is haunting me. Could be. You Mr. Swizzles the Windy Boy. Oh, rest in peace, big bud. Mark 2 is much better, I must admit. Right, yeah, fuck it. Let's offer the guys out. I don't think I changed the settings on here, did I? No, we're good. We will switch to the loan farm view briefly. We're in the window. We'll obviously get way more opportunities to offer them out after the main European window shuts, which will certainly help. I think those are all right. Particularly as this might give an opportunity to add in any extra players I've missed. Yes, nice, it worked. And obviously there's... Whoa. Oh, shit. Right. Didn't realise a roller was in there, nor was Aguilar. Game tried to sneaky on me there. There's actually some quite good players in this list here that shouldn't be down here at all, but I guess it's because we're still in sort of pre-season, if you like. Where the hell are they? There's a roller. And it was Aguilar, who's probably like 20. He'll be in here somewhere. It's probably right next to him now, so this... Is it up? Is he actually older than him? Not so... Oh, good point, yeah. A JT's there. Oh, there's Aguilar. Right, that should be fine. The rest of them I don't mind offering out. We won't actually get any bids for them, of course, but they won't kick off about it, crucially. There we go. Nice. You're blind. Yes! It's difficult to read things. Changing the squad after the season. I guess it depends what you mean by changing the squad, right? Because there will be changes, of course, because naturally every squad changes every single season. So I guess I'm not, I don't know what you mean by will there be changes in the squad, if I've misread that. But yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. Mostly says there's a bit of a gap. We're 1 point clear at the top of the league. Talent-wise, there absolutely is a gap. But because we have to keep rotating for Europe, we still have a habit of keeping our other teams too close to us for our own liking. That's partly as well because I started dicking about with tactics middle of the season, and I reverted away from this absolute... Or did I delete it? This absolute monstrosity here. I'm very sick, Anna. I don't think they've given me enough... I'm pushing through. You know what they say? God sends his toughest battles for his bravest soldiers. And that is me. Just keels over right there and then. Cringe in it. Couldn't get through. It's tough. I could feel the cringe bile rising in my throat as I said it. I think we're kind of good there, aren't we? Bench-wise, Naeem's back, so we're kind of Gucci on that one. Picking up the best. Put up a squad that could easily get top 8 in the UCL. Well, we're 4th in the UCL right now. So this is what I mean when I didn't understand exactly. Like, loan isn't picking up the best. But surely if I took the players away from our loan clubs, that just makes them worse. We've been through this loads of times, but I'm not going to bring back players from loan that make them better, because otherwise we're just making the whole thing worse. It's sort of cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like, the whole point of building a nation is to make the nation better, not just my one specific side. So if I took all the good players away from the loan clubs, then it would sort of defeat the point of us doing the save in the first place. Because if we wanted to do a saver, we could just win the Champions League. Obviously, we wouldn't have done it yet, but that's what we would do. But it would sort of defeat the point of it, right? Like, we don't need the players that are out of the loan farm clubs, because that's why they're good. That's what's making the loan farm clubs being able to compete in Europe, is the players we've got there on loan. And some of the players they've signed themselves, to be fair. They've done a glorious job occasionally of bringing in incredible players. Where's Lunga? Nigel. Get rid of that. Yeah, no, it comes up every year, Vermilion. You'll always get, why don't you bring the best loan players back? Because then they wouldn't be doing any good at the clubs they were at before, right? It's like... But actually, the biggest logic is just about percentages, ultimately. If they make us 1% better, but they're making their team 5% better, then the math doesn't math. The math doesn't math. Plus, it's an excuse for me to go and sign more players. And that's the real reason. Let's be honest. The real reason is because I want to go and sign more people. Because it's my favourite thing to do. Right, so Nigel's gone now. And I guess Harry Wilson's coming in.
Do you know if there's a train coming?
It's a big moment for Big Hazard.
Oh, yes, very soon.
Bibbin, thank you for the follow.
Building it now.
What I don't know about it's true. 2 wolves inside of me. That's true, but they're both getting relegated, unfortunately.
It's
Hate to break it to you.
You came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
Oh, the temptation is there, Vermilion. We've got some players out on loan that are, especially centre-backs, which has been the real thing, because we've been weak in that area of the pitch, and we've probably got 3 or 4 guys out on loan, or at least 2, that would be starting centre-backs for our first team. And the temptation to bring those guys back in the summer when I sold our starting pair out of frustration was very, very close. I kept up the veneer of like, I'm doing it because we're trusting the system. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, you know what? Joe Hasmayer would probably just absolutely crush this team right now. It'd be brilliant. Alfonso, thank you for the follow. What are the new rules? Because I did see a breakdown of them, but then I got distracted. Would you believe, chat? I got distracted. Chelsea turn it around tonight. I forgot. I do need to do Champions League predictions, to be fair. Since, as you know, my predictions are also perfect. Actually, my predictions for the weekend's games weren't that bad. Like, I originally said a 0-0 between Palace and Leeds. And I said that Liverpool were going to win, but then also caveated that by saying that means that they're not going to win. I did have Fulham down to win, and we were shite, to be fair. Okay, it gets a little bit lost at that point, I must admit. And I had Man United down for a 2-1 win. And they were winning 2-1 until they weren't winning 2-1. They crossed through the threshold of what I had predicted. It was better than usual, is what I'm saying. It's probably the best I've done thus far. But it's fine. I'm going to throw it all out the window later. There's 1 hour and 30 minutes. I I don't understand. I am very confused. What are the games? Because there's... Which of the tonight's games? I mean, obviously, I'll give predictions on all of them. What a save! Relegated from the Prem. Ready for this? Hot take coming. Burnley and Wolves. Wait, I mean, I know. Some of you have just spit out your cereal, you've thrown your lunch across the break room. Can't believe it. And the third team. Oh no, only the... I don't know. Probably... Forest. Just having watched them at the weekend. Admittedly, if we hadn't got some points on the board already, I'd be like, we could very much join them in that kind of thing. Oh, okay, apparently we're in front at Anfield. I don't understand what's happened here. That can't be given, surely. Yeah, Malero was at MTK. It's got to be disallowed, right? What? It's 1-0 to Wisła at Anfield. Hang on, what? So Abramovich's ball shoots there. I know it hits the Liverpool defender, but it's a shot that hits the Liverpool defender and ricochets into the path of a player who is very, very offside. What? Sure, tight call. It wasn't tight at all, but we do lead at Anfield in insane fashion. Michael Feeler has given us a chance for going... If we get... We could go top 8 behind the goalkeeper. Either way... We lead at Anfield. We're playing quite well. Incredible. Yeah, maybe it's a European offside, much like the handball where no one really understands it. As if we could be second right now. But this has at least given us a chance to get a draw in case Liverpool do something really good. Like maybe we defend for our lives for the rest of the game and do end up conceding a goal. At least this way it would end up being a draw. Where's our defence gone? That might be offside, actually. Only he's like second goal as well. That's the other thing as well. We should have beaten Real Sociedad. It's 1-1. Behind the goalkeeper. Surely if you're behind the goalkeeper, you're still offside. You have to have 2 players essentially between you and the goal. Being behind the goalkeeper doesn't eliminate you from being offside, right? Unless they've changed that rule as well. It just looked like the shot just hit the Liverpool defender and the game thinks that the Liverpool defenders passed it to him or something. Either way, we take those. I think we probably do still end up losing this, but Michael Feeler has pounced on that brilliantly. The Mumbler's in a bit of space again. He's picking up some lovely positions in this match. Right, Hurtadar making the run. We are obviously leaving a lot of bodies forward. Oh, go on. Oh. I'll pull it back. Oh, the Mumbler. If he's in the box behind the goalkeeper, I think the player's not offside. Which rule is this? I'm very, very certain that that is not how offside works. I'm certain that that is not how offside works, right? I'm pretty certain offside is just ubiquitous. There isn't like a place where you can't be offside, other than from a throw-in, I guess. Katala has scored a few of these this season. Oh. Yeah, what a useless player Momp is. We played so well in this game so far. Yeah, I think it's... The game's got confused because of the deflection. It seems to be implying that what I think the game thinks that the Liverpool player has deliberately played the pass to our player who is in an offside position. But obviously that's not what's happened. He's clearly just had the shot deflected at him. But we take what we can get. That is a massive piece of luck though for us. Oh no, the bar now. Made the player block the shot. But he didn't know, it just hit him. That surely can't be how it works. Because otherwise you'd never be able to not be offside. Because everyone's making a play at all times, surely. It's not like it hits him on... I don't think that's how that works either, surely. I know that if you deliberately play the ball, then fair enough, it's essentially a pass at that point. But surely if the ball just hits you, that can't possibly be making a play. Anyway, I think the match has just got confused. But we've had it go against us at times. Wisła? Chat, are we the baddies? Also, why is our OPPDA 138? That makes no sense. How is that possible that our OPPDA could be 138? That stat for me in FM does not work properly. I'm convinced of it. We've had a few games like that, where it's either massive or really small. We are that good. But hang on. That means we're bad, though. Surely. Oh, yeah, the rule is that if you make a deliberate action, then you're essentially passing the ball at that point. But that is not what that is. Oh, dear. That'd be a great way to get around offsides, wouldn't it? You just clap the ball at people, and then when it hits them and goes to your player who's offside, then it's fine. OPBDA is opposition passes per defensive action. So basically how quickly you win the ball back. Well, not even how quickly, but how many times the opposition passed the ball from you losing it to you winning it back again, essentially. Oh, there's a shot. Yeah. we sit around for 25 minutes and wait for them to give us the ball back. What has Naeem been up to here? Honestly, yellow card, having a mare, it might be time for a coffee. The rare half-time sub for me, but as good as we've been, he has not been a reason for that. How strange. I think we do end up losing this game, unfortunately, because I don't think we've got enough in the tank, probably. Even though we've had 15 shots in this game, they will eventually just be Liverpool. Pass each other back and forth. Yeah, that's the Liverpool midfield. Particularly as with our bench, the changes I'll be able to make, which I may make as few as possible, honestly, just trying to keep the best quality players on the pitch if I can, they will eventually just be slightly better than us, and that is the goal. It's Isak again. They have kind of remembered that they're Liverpool. I always knew this would be tough, and in fairness, we didn't really deserve it. Ah, man. See you later, Mushroom Man. Sitting in between your bosses just on your phone, like, just ignore the man shouting at the fake computer men. That was a really nice goal. Also, who is Faulkner? Is that a regen? So as things stand, we could actually stay top 8 even with a defeat here. Temporarily, we go 7th due to the games elsewhere. We might not actually miss out even if we lose. It's now down to goal difference. Ironically, Liverpool are one of the teams that would leapfrog us. So we just need to not concede more goals to Liverpool, crucially. I guess if I am going to make subs, the ones I will make are areas of the pitch where I can affect the team. Like our strikers, for example. And maybe getting Suarez on for a little bit. Coffee's struggled as well. We don't really have any options there other than Krzyzanowski. The midfield I've already... Ooh. I guess Bellingham. That doesn't weaken us too much. But outside of that, we're kind of cooked. Okay. Half an hour. Can we make top 8? I'm just looking at this over here. Because there's a lot of teams on 15 points. The benefit we've got is that our goal difference is really good as a result of us clubbing Club Brugge. We just need Stuttgart not to score more, Celtic not to score more, maybe Basel to concede a few more, perhaps. They are 4-0 down, actually. There's a chance. If we actually got top 8 in the Champions League, that would be wild. Considering, I know we got to the Europa League final last year, but that is a big step in the right direction. And even then, we've still played well in this game too. Liverpool have just had that little bit more finishing quality. We'll get your bodies in the way, lads. Oh, good save. Yeah, the right side has just been absolutely rinsed by Liverpool today. I think what it is as well is that Liverpool's right side is Barcola and Barker. They've got the evolutions playing on the left, their left, and they're absolutely chefing us right now. Ooh. And I don't think they can handle them. It doesn't help that obviously bringing Coffee on actually makes us worse defensively because he is not as stable as... Imagine if that had cost us top 8. Hey lads, one of you take charge please. I beg of you. The game was about to give them their goal back there. That's the sort of stuff that cost us in the Europa League final. Exactly that type of thing. Jesus Lord. Right. So we're still 7th as things stand, but I worry that one more goal conceded could be the difference. Please don't let that goal be now. I'm actually tempted to just throw it on time waste and defend a 2-1 defeat. Because I don't know if 3-1 would change things. Because Liverpool could potentially leapfrog us if they get enough goals. Just let them have a long shot. They're playing... Oh, okay. That's fine. Oh. Hello, Griffdog. The Farhad centre-back. Unfortunately, he chose to join Atletico. And my misery upon missing out on Farhad is what set us down a very bad transfer strategy path that I've only just managed to pull myself out of. But... I think we've just got top 8 in the Champions League with Basel, obviously. I want to know how close it was in the end. As if we've come 7th, despite only getting 15 points to get top 8 is very, very low. Usually you need 17. I don't know, actually. All I know is that I looked at him and I was like, you know what? Had we actually managed to get him, it still probably would have been more money than I would have liked to have spent. But ultimately, I would have liked to have signed him. If you're behind the goal line at the moment that pass, it's not intentional. The score's not offside. Yeah, but he wasn't behind the goal line. He was just in the penalty area. Also, surely if you're behind the goal line, why would you be behind the goal line, I guess? Right, so yeah, we came 7th. And the goal difference saved the day. We actually could have afforded to concede more goals to Liverpool. We were comfortably ahead on everyone else on goal difference. Jesus Christ. So Stuttgart, Basel and Wisła Kraków in the top 8 of the Champions League. What that does, of course, mean now, though, is that we'll just end up playing Manchester City, Liverpool or Chelsea in the next round anyway. So not amazing. Bayern are down here. Bear in mind, this is a Bayern that lost 3-0 to us in this group stage. They've been appalling. We had the ball in the net 3 times against Bayern in the first 3 minutes. 2 of them were disallowed, but the third one did count. That is some performance. Now we get a break as well. Yeah, Lazio have not had a great time. -24. I wish the clicking on it worked, but it doesn't, does it? It only works if you click that. Oh. It used to show you on the games one as well. We can look at their fixtures, though. Oh, no, we can't. So Farhad's gone. Wait, did Atleti get knocked out? Oh, they did. I'll show you Farhad if you missed him. Technically, I think it was actually last season, wasn't it? Because it was 1st of July. Yeah, so this was the guy that we didn't get in the summer that made me go down the path. So you can see why I wanted him, because he's got the jumping reach, he's got the acceleration and pace, he's also got tackling, marking, heading, and aggression and bravery are so good. That's the reason we were willing to pay £27 million for him. But in the end, he chose to go to Atleti. I don't really blame him. But he was the guy. The release clause, I mean, it's got to be touching 200 mil. We probably do have him scouted enough to see that. 306 million. That might require us to save our pennies for a couple of summers. That's not like a 1-season jobby on that one, unfortunately. Good lord. He's very good. But, you know, it's fine. We'll make our own. That's the thing. Oh, even better. Saints just gave us £4 million. That at least means if I do find someone in January now, that we might even allow us to sign them. Because I don't know how much we were doing in terms of money before then. Yeah, it's literally given us basically our entire transfer budget back again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's worth a lot. It's weird, actually. Having had like 2 years on F24, where obviously that meant the player values were kind of stagnating. Now we come into like 2 years later, and it does seem that you see some insanely high values on players. 8 million quid for that as well. Oh, we're going to get England cheaty points for the first time. That's huge. What I recommend, it depends what type of players you're looking for, Hazard. So, for example, you'll note here that when I have this set up here, a lot of the ones that aren't returning anything are first-team squad statuses. But that's because I use an age filter on them, because that's my general bracket. So I would say that breakthrough prospect... I wouldn't bother with youngster so much unless you're trying to do the loan farm. So if I just show you some of the youngster players you get. So I've got to scroll a bit further down. So they're going to be guys that are a little bit... they're okay. But if I was to switch that over to Future Prospect, you'll see that there's definitely better options, like that guy, for example, who we already signed. And Breakthrough Prospect, that can sometimes be hit and miss as well, but it's always worth including it because you do, generally speaking, get the best ones in there, but you also don't always get anyone that's good in there. But it's always worth doing all of them anyway, because you never know, right? There's no downside to doing all of it. It does take a while to set up, but for me, it's well worth it, just in case you find someone like, I don't know, this striker important player. Like, these guys are young enough. They're at big clubs now. But they're still important to play. Or they'd be willing to be an important player for you. And sometimes you can find guys that are really good value. These guys are not that, but sometimes you can. Oh, bloody hell. That's huge. Right. I want to see what's going on with the other Polish teams, but I might need to have a wee first. In fact, you're going to get your Spanish whiz quiz chat, and I'm going to be back in one moment. I've been drinking a lot today. Excuse me. Por favor. it was, of course, Alan Roche, or Roche, who is a player I must admit I'd never actually heard of, but I'm amazed that anyone got him. But there we go. Welcome to La Liga. I've decided to do an early holy today. I've gone with the Lovebirds protein shaker because I want to do some apple alligator. I want to see what colour it comes out. Lovely. Oh, I'm out of breath now. I also took a minute to shoot a load of Sudafed up my nose because I was starting to get a little bit sniffly. And nobody wants to hear me sniffing. I'm going to be sniffing for a bit, though. Forgive me. It'll clear up. Right. Apple alligator. What we got? Oh, I probably should take the top off. That would help. Did he actually? In that case, suddenly my respect for Alan Roche has grown tremendously. If he's an Intertoto Cup alumni, much like everyone else here. Put the overlays on. Which overlay? Oh, get that in there. Oh, this is an interesting colour, actually. It just kind of looks like apple juice, to be fair. Exclamation mark, holy chat. You know what to do. Right. Get that sorted. There we go. Top of the corner. Oh, that isn't actually a thing that I control. That is a custom thing that comes around whenever it damn well pleases. Let me just make this one. It's a light, nice little off-green colour. But no, seriously, thank you so much for you guys actually checking it out and stuff. And some of you, I think, have bought more than one thing there, which is incredible. Because it looks like I am going to get a contract extension, which is going to be really, really awesome. That's a solid colour. I was I was kind of hoping it wasn't going to be like an electric green. It looks like apple, you know? Maybe no shaking? No. Why would I do that? Revocation release clause? Maybe, yeah. Oh. I haven't for a very long time, James, on that one, unfortunately. The terms weren't especially good at the end, unfortunately. By that, I don't mean the terms of me in the company. I just mean that the compensatory terms were somewhat less than I'd anticipated, unfortunately. This, however... God, that's good. Hello, Ali. It's gone a lot better than what it was when released. I'm sort of treating it as a giant... Who's this guy? Was that guy we signed earlier? Or is this yet another of the random freebies I was looking at? It's sort of like a giant beta in many ways, but I'm willing to be a part of it because I do think 27 could absolutely slap if they make the right steps. To an extent, yeah, James. Basically, it's certain things were... Certain things were agreed to in a sort of informal way that then sort of weren't upheld in a way that I felt was enough for it to be worthwhile to continue, I suppose. Improved deal. I was on a 3-month contract. Although it looks like we might be going longer on the next one, which would be pretty damn cool. Hey, he's not bad. Hell yeah. Again, I was just looking through random freebies that were amateurs. But he might be the best of the bunch. Nice, we finally got a good one. Love to see it. Final update. Yeah, I mean... I think a lot of people are going to do that. Wait, we had a friendly? Did we have a league game straight away? Oh dear. Oh, that was the B team. Wait. Oh, it's the under-19 team. Wow. That's a pretty big win for the under-19 squad. I get the feeling that a lot of people probably aren't waiting around for the updates for it. And I get that. That's fair. I think a lot of people will be back, though. He's happy with the terms we should be too? I don't know, actually. I'm not sure who's going to be doing... Because a lot of people were working with Holy, as far as I know. But I don't know what that's like, you know, long term. Warning you not to play FM. To be fair, mine does crash quite a lot when I use my Stream Deck to start it. It boots all the way to the menu, crashes out entirely, and restarts itself automatically. And I don't know why that happens, but it happens virtually every single time. I think it's to do with if you load FM without having Steam switched on. Because you know how you can load a game without Steam on and then it loads Steam as part of the process? I think because of the way that this works, it loads Steam, but then something causes it to glitch out and then it reloads it again. Because I have a button on my Stream Deck, that basically starts all the stream stuff for me when I come into the room in the morning. It just sets everything up in one, like, long process, basically. But I totally get that. It's a totally fair attitude. I just kind of wanted to be a part of the process. Not part of the process of making it better, but, like... As if they're after the other guy from Millionaire's. Fair play to you, lads. I've definitely been happy with the process and the way that it's been made. it's in a lot better place now. But a lot of that has also come from the community elements of things where people within the FM community have made a huge difference to it. See, for example, the skin I'm using right now. Like, that alone is... Oh, hang on, wrong button. I'll do it from this screen because we've got a lot of offers in here. How many actually in total? 110. Not as many as usual. Yeah, so I think that's what... Someone told me that that's what's happened, Mog. And why it happens is if you load FM without Steam loaded, that's what causes the double load thing. I think what it is because I have things like Reshade and a load of other things in the background, it means that it takes too long for it to get to a certain point and then Steam tries to load it a second time. We haven't, Jesse. I'm so sorry. You're right. That's the first thing I was going to do. And I've not done it. Right, one sec. Let me just do these loan thingies and then yell at me a lot when I inevitably forget again. A lot of these guys are the new lads, so I suspect that we won't get loans for a lot of these guys. But it's still worth a look. Particularly as a lot of them are Brazilian, and annoyingly, Brazilian teams have a habit of wanting lots of... They're very, busy, shall we say. We're going to get any. We'll probably have better luck once the main European window's shut, as it happens. Hello, Jose. Ah, there we go, finally got one. Although he's admittedly a Polish player, so that makes sense. Figurenche. They'll get them next window, or worst case scenario, they're all going to end up at push near poor mids. I hope they don't, though, because they're not the kind of players that I think would flourish in those squads. They're kind of too good for them already. Oh, hello! Gornik Jabja. Yes, please. They've read the memo. I always knew they were my favourite pet team. I mentioned it earlier, and now I like them even more. That's excellent. Javi to Pogon. That's a lot of money, lads. Wait. What are we doing here? No, I'm not going to let you give me 200 grand a month. Come on now. No wonder they're getting relegated if they're behaving like that. Just hurling money around for absolutely no reason. You can't be getting away with that. Bit of that. That would be a huge signing. Being unhappy with it, totally get that. I think a lot of people did, because ultimately people's expectations were that it would be a certain thing because there was a full cancellated year. If this game existed in a vacuum, or rather at least take away the cancelled year, let's pretend it doesn't exist. If this was 25, I think there would have been a lot more goodwill towards it, because it's like we understand that the transition period was going to be more difficult. But I think because of the cancelled year and then the release of 26, that's where I think a lot of the deep-seated kind of resentment comes from, I suppose. German teams want a free... I know. See, the Poles know what's up. Germans just coming into Poland, taking things for free. I'm not going to finish that sentence. It's never happened before in history. How dare you? Another one where they want to pay us loads of money. Get that. So they only want 10% of the wages, which is fine. So the rest, though. I would love to see 25. There must be a version of it laying around the office somewhere. I want to know, what was it that made them go... Probably can't release that one. Again, look what they're doing here. Second tier, guys. Basically, both of those two, as you can imagine, are absolutely running away with it. Weirdly, one thing I've noticed about the second tier this season is that nobody's scoring goals. It's the dullest division of all time. I'll show you in a sec, but it is genuinely crazy how few goals are being scored by anybody. There's a team in the playoff spots in the second tier that have got like under a goal a game, or they did the last time I checked. Chukarichki. This is, I believe, the Punk Goes Disney thing. The yellow card one. Just do other things. Now, fair enough. I think it's been that case for a lot of people. Maybe broke this sort of habit a little bit. If anything, maybe those people will enjoy 27 more if it's more applicable, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they won't, actually, because they won't have got used to things like the UIs. John Torres as well sends you out. Yeah, they can pay me a little bit. I'll accept that. Okay, so we've got a few Polish loans. And some of these guys that are coming out on loan, the Polish ones, are actually really good. That's what makes it more exciting for me, that they're actually good loan players too, not just random dudes. Wish they'd now heard me say, oh, Pablo Leclerc, the one man that literally is never allowed to start a match for me. I like that the teams that are after these guys are clearly teams that are in a bit of trouble. Good signs. That's a really good sign. Right, no offers for them. That's fine. What was I going to do? Right, I'll quickly show you the second tier, then we'll check on the other Polish teams in Europe. So yeah, the second tier looks like this. Jagiellonia. Oh, they've still got a few more goals now. There you go. Puszczyn Pormitsa. 19 goals scored in 19 games. 18 goals conceded, plus 1 goal difference. Perfectly balanced, nearly. It's... Oh, and also look at Polonia Warsaw down here. 16 goals conceded. 13th in the league. They're conceding under a goal a game, but they've only won 4 times all year. Like, the top scorer in the entire division has 29 goals. At this rate, they're barely going to get to 60 this year. Lack of immersion, 100%. I think that's one of the biggest things that are slowly being rectified. Firstly, that change they made where you now can highlight, where it takes you to other fixtures in your competitions on the match days. That needs to happen. Bring back screen flows, bring back leagues in focus, bring back a little bit of easier navigation between leagues. So when you go to the Champions League, let me just click the downward arrow to go to the Europa League on the main stages screen and stuff. Just a little bit more improved navigation as well. A little bit more like noticeable news related things. And I'll tell you what, I think that would clear up about... It would clear up at least half of the issues people have with that. This is one of the things that Hadrian was saying. And he's 100% right. But I think they're definitely heading in the right direction. And I, for one, actually believe that they know that and are going to be making those changes. I've just realised Jagiellonia have only conceded 9 goals this season. That's absurd. 9 goals in 19 matches. How many clean sheets is that? I have to see. 11 clean sheets for... No, wait, no. Only 9, incredibly. Wait, have they had 2 different goalies? They have, I think. Shout out to Ruben Vazquez, though, who's kept 11 clean sheets for Lech Poznan as well. That's a stupid amount of clean sheets in 19 matches. So they're both likely to get promoted again. And then get back straight back down again. Because it's just what you do, right? Witness Protection Man. No, we haven't. Where is Witness Protection Man these days? And what was his most recent name? I've actually forgotten what... Oh, it was Harold Bishop, wasn't it? Or Harold Her Bishop. Is that him? Oh, of course he's on loan at Jagiellonia. Staying out of my way. He's not bad, actually. All right, fine. What's his new name, then? Excuse me. So, H-I. So, it's got to be... Ooh. Ignacio... Actually, you know what? Since you kind of beat us to the punch over there, Andrew, because you were set up for that and chat weren't prepared, I'm going to go with the second double I see, which is Ignatius Indigo, which 100% sounds like a jazz musician's name. And I'm here for it. I'd listen to his records. Ignatius Indigo. Is that spelled right? Yes. It's a great mustache. It's part of the reason we actually started changing his name in the first place, was we were convinced that his mustache and hair were not real. He actually had different hair at the time too, which makes it even better. Oh, yeah, they are, aren't they? Poland is still being Poland in real life. It's great. I'm genuinely trying to figure out ways that maybe go back there in the summer. Fran Kirby is a manager. Hello, Fran. How's it going? No! Right, you're definitely going on the staff shortlist. Who do you think you are, Fran? You've been out of work for 5 years. As if she won't join us. Probably Mushrat, but at least if they do it then, they'll have slightly good players, perhaps. The one team that's gone under the radar as being a little bit more consistent in this save, and I hate to give them any credit, is Cracovia. They've actually now had a couple of seasons of solid... Like last year, second place. Year before that, they struggled a little bit, but they've been one of the more consistent teams in recent seasons. And I hate that it's going to have to be them, but at least somebody's being consistent. Oh dear. Build a nation without being able to manage the national team. International management has 0 effect on it. Who? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, international management, it depends on what you're doing, but like the way I do building a nations, it's a completely different thing. Not that it matters, of course, because obviously 26 you couldn't do either, but that's the one, isn't it? Yeah. It doesn't affect it at all. The only thing that you could do with maybe managing a national team would be, I guess you could give players national team caps that would maybe improve their rep, but outside of that, it's not going to have any noticeable impact on how teams are performing in Europe. I would like the ability, if they finally bring international football back and also make it a bit more clear with the youth rating stuff and more usable, I would like to do a more traditional building a nation where you actually are trying to improve the national team thing. That would be kind of cool as a side mission if I felt that there would likely be any actual changes. I still haven't looked at the other Polish sides. Good God. You turn up for edging today, chat, and you've got it. Now let me just quickly check into these, and then I'll swing back round to it. I promise. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Women's ban. Probably not as a main save, just because I don't believe the interest would be there enough for me to actually be able to sustain it as a save, unfortunately. That, and I don't know if I'd want them to build in... They need to improve the player pool as well, make that bigger and bigger and bigger, and more leagues available for it. Change national. I guess you can, but that wouldn't really change the building a nation save all that much. It is still fun, though. Particularly when you're in a smaller nation like Malta, and half the national team were Brazilian at that point, including Vida, of course. That is not the right one I meant to click, was it? It's... Oh, no, it is. Load filter. And that's the new filter. I'll add this to the pack when I get a chance. Oh, a new guy! Another Colombian guy. Ember. It's another goalkeeper. Chat, he's doing it again. He's signing goalkeepers. That's fine. Beautiful. Ember Losar. I've never seen Ember as a first name before. That's delightful. He sounds like a character I would select in some kind of video game. And I 100% would just because of the name. And suggest terms, finalise deal, perfect, more amateurs for the team. Brady, thank you very much for the 26 months. How are you on this fine Tuesday? As I've been so rightly corrected, that is in fact the day. 3 goalkeepers. Well, we had 2 earlier, Kimo, if you saw. Like, Abramovich had his little time in the sun. Country Cam, thank you very much for the follow. I picture you in a tweed jacket all of a sudden. And I'm here for it. I was about to type in women's national team. Now, if FM had the ability to know I meant that and actually show me, then I'd be very impressed. Where's that? Aha, true. You're right. Me and dates, if it makes you feel any better, I already said it was Thursday earlier, so, you know, I've covered... On average, I've got the correct day. And that's the real quiz. Polish women's national team, then. World rep. Oh, it's actually... Who's the best regen with the highest rep? That's not a regen, Matt. Are there any regens? Ah, there is. Here we go. So the best regen in the squad at the moment is Hannah Bednars. She's got good hair. I really hope there's a way that you can like mix the hair pools. I want to see some crazy hair on both. Only 18. She's already in the Polish national team. I have checked on Pogs recently, in fact, Andrew, and I wonder if there's a reason why you're asking this. Firstly, is there a reason? Have you noticed something? If not, you're in for a treat. Because I did notice something about Pogs regen. And it's incredibly fun timings. Well, regens aren't regens of anybody. That's not how it works. They're just... That's why they're technically new gens. The whole regen thing is more of just me being stubborn. Which I would never do, as you know, chat. I'm a very forgiving and non-stubborn man. Right, so basically... Pog, as you know, real life is a Villa fan. But because she works on the rivers, we decided to spawn her at River Plate in this. Now, crucially, Pog does not have Villa as a favoured club. They just signed her anyway. I checked. I checked on her data pages. She does not have favoured club Aston Villa, but they've signed her anyway. So she's actually somehow, through nominative determinism, found her way back to Aston Villa anyway, via Crystal Palace, interestingly. £24 million. She signed for Palace from River Plate. Great beard. I must admit, she's never looked better. I mean, Pogga's got... That's like a great big bushy beard she's rocking right there. No jumping reach on her, bless her. But yeah, somehow she ended up a Villa anyway. And I'll just show you the thingy that I checked to make sure of this. So, favoured clubs, 0. Friends, Matt Card. What a guy. Where's he at these days? Still at Fulham. Still doing... Oh, actually, no. I played for Fulham in the Prem. I got 8 goals in the Championship last year. I never check in my own regen. I always ignore it on Patreon videos because you don't care how I'm doing. You're there for you. Strength is abysmal. Let's see. 6 to 12. That's all right. Like, that could easily be 12, I think. For a striker, it's not the end of the world. Your regen is in my squad. You're right. I mean, do you mean Matthew Cord? I still can't believe that got me. Oh, dear. Chat, anyone else notice how he still hasn't looked up the other Polish teams? Is he doing it on purpose at this point? The answer could be yes, but also it's just extremely funny at this point. You're like, ah! Like Akinfenwa. I guess. It's not something I'm that bothered about with strikers, generally speaking. I mean, it's obviously you want it to be higher if you can, but it isn't like the first thing I'm looking for just because of the way we like to play. That's true, Tom. No, it's fine. You just dive into the river. I was the one that actually rescued a dog from the river. Which, also, just circling this back, Con Percy, thank you very much for the 28 months. How has this become Pog rescuing dogs from rivers when it was in fact me that rescued that dog's ball from the river that started this entire thing? It's nearly been a year to the day that happened, by the way. That was in like May. I was a good egg, good citizen, rescuing that dog's ball from the river when I nearly fell in the river, and somehow you twisted it into the idea that I threw dogs into the river, and now new members of chat might believe that I am a dog abuser. I can't believe this. Just... You've gaslit everybody. For clout. For clout. Basically, the pub that Pog and I go to sometimes is right by the river. So we were just sat there having a pint, and there was a dog that was just enjoying playing with his ball, and he lost his ball into the river, and he just sat there looking really sad. So I crawled right down under the railings, leaned right out, grabbed the dog's ball, gave it back to him, and then a lady called me a hero. That lady wasn't Pog, obviously. She just rolled her eyes at me. Left the dog in the river. No, I did a good deed, and what's the point in doing a good deed if you can't tell hundreds of people about it, all right? Oh, what have I started? Terrible. But I have managed to distract you from the fact that I still haven't shown the Polish teams in Europe. So there's that. Visit your hairdresser. I don't need to. There's actually multiple dogs. Force him to stay underwater. Are you now implying that I waterboarded a dog? Dog thrower? Is that like blame ruiner? You drowned a dog. Is this like one of these finger trap things where the more I pull against it, the worse it gets? In the end, 2-1, Mushroom Man. We did lose. Andre Isak scored twice against us. And unfortunately, that was it. Luckily, it didn't matter, as we somehow bluffed our way, despite only finishing with 15 points, into 7th spot. Pushed Pog into the river. The dog rescue, maybe. The dog was reasonable. Wasn't like a Newfie or nothing. Was the dog in the river? Pog, I guess she does, right? She doesn't have arrest powers, though. She does have a warrant card, but she doesn't have the power of arrest. Fisheries do. That was pretty much what you missed, Texmondo. Yeah, chat have now... I say chat have now decided. They decided this long ago. My mistake was pulling back from it. Ah, dear. Yeah, not bad at all. No, first ever top 8 in the Champions League. Crushed it. Along with Basel and Stuttgart. A weird pairing, but strange bedfellows make us human. Yeah, still no games. Brady, you need to get out there and fast, but you've still got one more... Well, technically a year and a half left on your contract. Look at... someone already beat you to it, Adam. Right, fine. Let me look up Dog Thrower first. This is where there is actually a player in here called Dog Thrower or something, and then it takes us down another entire rabbit hole. Just gonna make sure. Just gotta do your due diligence, you know? When tossing canines into... Wait! Hang on a second. Sorry. Doctor is a first name. Just hold your dogs and don't throw them in the river, chat. Doctor is a first name. I was going to say, Paul, you're in here. I've never... Right, so we've got a couple of guys. Literally just 2 guys. So it's South Africa and Botswana name pool. That's incredible. Dr. Sikahane. I was joking that we'd find a distraction. Well, we're definitely signing the doctor, aren't we? That is a done deal. There's a second name? Imagine. There's so much you could do with that as a first name. Particularly with South Africa and Botswana having some incredible surname combinations. There is some... That has legs to it. Tremendous. I've never seen that before. This is what I mean when I talk about like good names. I was talking to my contact at Holy yesterday, and we ended up talking about FM regen names for a bit. He was playing a network game, and his friend group found a player in Africa, I think it was in South Africa, whose name was Guy Enjoyer. Guy Enjoyer. I mean, that is, again, an absolutely monstrously wonderful name. Those are the best ones. The ones that by themselves aren't really that, but when put together, sensational. And they basically agreed that none of them would sign him. And I was just like, so none of you can enjoy Guy Enjoyer. Terrible. Steve. Right. Okay. Other Polish teams. Me watching Matt talk. Did I check the reports? I didn't. No, I'm going to do the Polish teams now, I promise. Right. Okay. To the Europa League. He says after 9 hours. Ah. It's because of all the caffeine, you see? It's not. It's actually hit me quite nicely. Right, Europa League. Show me the goods. That's the final. Okay, they both... Legia they nabbed top 12. Cracovia, they're both top 16. I'm guessing Piast shat the bed. They lost their last 2 games. Okay. So what were the games then? So we had that one. Yeah, that one. Okay. So what did they actually do in the games? So Piast lost 4-2 to Brighton. They actually scored some goals against Brighton, which is more than I'd expect. Cracovia drew with Dynamo Kiev. That sucks. 2-2 draw, though, for Legia Warszawa. Audi scores again. Hidden surname gems. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, right, the main way that we stumble across these surname and name combination gems is that I'll look up something that isn't that, and then we'll just see it in there. That's how all the best ones have come about. Because you can look up your Dicks and your Cocks and your Willies and whatnot, and you will find fun name combinations with those. But the true god tier ones are names that you would never think to look up, I suppose. Fat on Cake, Taliban, names like that. Who are we looking for here? There's one more team that should be visible. Oh no, that is all of them. That is all of them. So the last round of match. So it's 2 draws on that match day. And the most recent match day ended with 2-0 defeat to Ajax, as you'd expect. Legia got a draw away at Toulouse. Kukonda scored again with 10 men, no less. And then Cracovia lost to Villarreal, as you'd kind of expect. But Audi Kukonda now, this season in Europe, his numbers are absurd. He has got 13 goals in the Europa League this year already, 8 of which came in a 2-game spell. What a guy. Hello, Pog. We just found a player called Doctor, but also, you'll love this, Pog. Your Patreon regen has actually joined Aston Villa in the save, even though Hadrian never gave you favoured club for Aston Villa. They've actually just signed you organically by themselves without us touching them, which is wild. Just seen a pic of me attacking. Oh, God, no. I'm catching strays out here, Pog. Help me. Defend me. Defend my honour. Tell chat that I didn't throw that dog in the river. Tell chat that I was really nice to that poor dog who lost his ball. Nurse. That could work, actually. I mean, it's already a Darnell nurse. He's... Trust no one, not even your Pog. Knew it. Well, I mean, now I've never beaten the allegations. Cheers, Pog. I'll forever be known as a dog thrower. Shall I ask Holy if they'll make me a dog throwing flavour? Is that what? Is that what I'm going to have to do now? Just, it's just a shaker with a dog on it that's being launched. Shoes. Oh my God, I haven't even. That's a great. That's the kind of thing I want about. Dumping dog. Outrageous. Wet dog. Hey, that's a. They'd probably do it, you know. Would have left me to throw a dog. She's caved. We've got tons of. There's actually, unfortunately, Leaf. Now, this might be good news or bad news. There is sadly 10,000 wangs. It's much like that. Who was that? It's a the Katie Melua song, but instead of bicycles, it's wangs. No, not recently. Yeah, I did a loan out about. Technically, it was only 3 days ago in game, I think, and they're still going through the process of finalising the loans. So at that point, it's really hard to offer them out again because you end up having to duck and weave in between all the ones you've already offered out. And there could be more. That's true. That he has limited the number of wangs. That's my new record. Right, Steve, what's up? Let's go. At Ajax. Oh, that looks like game time. I dare say that looks like game time, Steve. Barely, but it is game time nevertheless, I think. In Europe. So you are playing for Ajax, but only as a substitute and only in the Europa League, which means you may have played against our teams, in fact. And was John. That's the best ones. One of my favourite old episodes of the Football Ramble is where they look through the Zimbabwean League and find names like Danger Fourpence. And there's other ones in there as well, but that was one of my favourites, was Danger Fourpence. Good news for Guy Enjoy. I mean, what else do you want? Yeah, so you're not getting a huge amount of game time yet, Steve, unfortunately, but loads of caps for Cyprus, which is something we can all dream of, right? I've heard it's lovely out there. Right, Nurse. There's going to be a few nurses, right? There we go, Richard Nurse and Nikolai Nurse. Wait, is that... Oh, Camp Town. I thought it said Cape Town. So yeah, Nurse is clearly in the Guyanese and Barbadian name pool. So there's a chance. No, sadly no chance of Dr. Nurse. Dick Nurse could happen. It's certainly... It feels possible. Sergeant Nurse. Reporting for duty. Okay. And press continue. It could work. Well, particularly as Doctor is a first name. That gives you a lot of options for surnames, technically. When is our next actual league game? Because we've got to be pressing on a bit today. We've only actually played 2 games. But in my defense, we have been being silly. Also, chat, thank you for that. Oh, I missed scouting you, right? I'll do that while I thank you for the recommendations for Adam Cleary's content on Sunday, or whenever it was. I checked out his video about Antonin Kinski. Amazing. The exact type of content I was looking for. So, yeah, amazing shout on him. So he's added to the list of people I want to watch now. So that's cool. I also did check out Football Made Simple, and I quite liked what they were doing too. Who are they having the knockouts? Good point. We didn't check. Join us in just several hours, and I will find... No Conference League, unfortunately. Piast were our only hope. Sorry. Pogon were our only hope there, and they shat the bed and didn't actually qualify for it. So we only have to worry about the Europa League this year. Anyone that isn't crazy expensive, or... Is his name Ask? It is. But I don't know what to ask him. Oh, his personality is low determination. That's not what you want to see at all. Oh, this guy. No, it's a different guy. There's a guy with a very similar name who I approached to sign at one point. Ask him, yeah. It's all reasonable knowledge. Actually, you know what? These guys are reasonable knowledge, so I might just send them around again until such time as... Wait, who's this Uche guy? Actually, wait. Who's Uche? Effiong Uche. He's kind of fun. Potentially. Nigerian, 17. Did that just... Oh, okay. Ooh. I'm sure I have seen that before, but I've just forgotten. His physicals are really decent. Technicals aren't too bad either. I think for... If he'd sign for us, which he would, these are the kind of signings I want to sort of prioritize more now, if we can actually get them early enough. Because we could develop him into something. Probably another one of these CMs that drop deeper type of role, perhaps. But either way... Same reaction. I'm like Drew Barrymore in 51st Dates with things like that in FM. Always. I just love life, James. What can I say? Everything's a brand new thing to me. Just now all I need is Adam Sandler to fall in love with me. Wingless Wonders, which... Oh, did he? So I've only really watched the first video because I don't have time to watch anything else, but it certainly... It firstly gave me a better understanding of the situation as well, and also backed up a couple of things that I'd already thought about him too. So that was, yeah, I really liked the video, and it was exactly what I wanted. I wanted football content that was more to do with the tactics stuff, but and obviously that one wasn't really to do with tactics, but it was still just a really interesting video. Those guys I'll send around again. Obviously Uche will try to sign permanently. You're a bit expensive. You're quite cheap, but actually let's have a look at you. I think we can find better, cheaper. Good name, but I'm not convinced by him. Absolutely failure goalkeeper. Yeah, 100%. Because there were some things in there that obviously because I didn't watch the game, that I did. I mean, do you know what? I'm just happy that you've given me such a lovely physique there. Believe me, if I had that physique, whoo, the dogs maybe would be getting thrown in the river just so I could exert my dominance, to be honest. Probably would tilt my head the other way though, but I appreciate the Photoshop effort nevertheless. Oh, Christ. Okay, that's done. Other Polish sides, how do they get on in terms of their jobs? I don't know what I'm saying. Help. Right, Europa League. So, Legia play Braga. That's not easy. They could all go out here, you know. And then Cracovia play... Oh, that's winnable. That is winnable. Cracovia, they've got to be going round of 16 with that. Braga will be tough. Because Cracovia lost to Braga, actually, in the Champions League playoffs. Or the third round of qualifying. They've got to be getting through there. That, I think they could, but not easily. And coefficients... We should have decent coefficients, but just because of our bonus points. Wait, I want to go all the way back to Europe, don't I? That's another... If they could just bring in custom bookmarks, actually, that would make a huge difference too. Right, what are we saying? On the year... Oh, England to get 20 points, of course. 11.4. So we have fallen off a little bit, but I think that's possibly because we're down to 3 teams in Europe now, which isn't helping. 11.4 at this stage is not even bad. It's just other teams have done a bit better than us recently. Netherlands are having a cracking season. They could actually catch us up. Turkey are no chance. Belgium are too far away. God, they've fallen hard. 16th! And then Portugal are doing okay. This is just a steady season. So we are now at the point where we're making progress on the year because we're going from 17.5. So yeah, everything now on will continue to improve it. Mine is Izzy Hammond. I think so as well. I do enjoy her contact with Drive Tribe. She seems sound. Oh, did he? I think that his delivery is really good. I like his setup as well. It's just good. I miss those old TIFO videos they used to do where they had the tactics boards out and stuff. Those were really fun and interesting. And it seems like a weird niche in football that doesn't seem to exist as much. And I guess it's because football content is largely driven by the sort of hyper clickbaity kind of stuff, but that just isn't really my jam. Like those of you that watch ice hockey stuff like I do, like channels like Ek and Next Man Up and Hectic Hockey and Rob Talks Hockey and Hockey Psychology, it feels like that doesn't really exist in the football space. Now I believe the reason for that is because football are far worse on copyright stuff, whereas the NHL just kind of let them do it because it grows the game, whereas football they're far more strict, and I think that's probably the reason. But it sucks because I would love channels that did that kind of content breakdowns, but in the football space. Yeah, the fact that Italy are going to go second right now, I mean, they've had some good years, is what... I mean, look how far everyone's behind England. It still kind of sucks, though, man. We might end up losing our 7th place before we even get a chance to do it. Despite my favourite team. No! We were entitled to an off day. I blame Brent Burns or something. It's just... We want to get into that group of teams. So it's going to be tough because we've got to get into that. Oh, they both go above Germany. It would be quite funny if one of them fully fell off. There was one, wasn't there? Back on the... It might have been MTK, actually. There was a team of one of the big 5 that really fell off hard. It might have even been Italy, actually. Wow, hello, Martin. He's bloody insane. Surprised he's not got more caps with Czechia, actually. The fact that you're doing this without Crosby and Malkin as well, I don't know if Crosby was back, I don't believe he was, is impressive. Considering I thought you guys were going to be in the McKenna sweepstakes this year, and they've kind of gone, no, one more year for Sid. It sucks, Christian, for that, because I think that, not that football needs to grow as a sport, but I just do believe that it's the sort of thing that could really improve the... If one league, for example, just went, oh, you know what, screw it, we're going to allow like that kind of stuff as long as it's under fair use, to hell with it, they would suddenly get way more interest from people because of that. Suddenly people will be able to make videos about that can show way more and focus on it way more than they do before. It just takes one to do it. Yeah, so he's at Como here. Obviously that's not real life, right? I assume he's moved around a little bit in the save. In fact, he's been around a lot. He was at Bologna, then Fiorentina, then Como. Slowly just sort of climbing up a little bit. But McKenna, yeah, maybe that's why he was tanking for a little bit. I mean, where does he even end up now? Vancouver? God. The worst thing that could probably happen is that the Panthers tank their season, get in the top 10, protect that pick from, have that pick back to them because of the protections on it, end up drafting Gavin McKenna. I think people might explode if that happened. I was marking back. I wasn't sure if he was still under that suspension for trying to take Rasmus Dahlin's head off. He's just on a lovely little Italian journey, and I don't blame him. I mean, Como, beautiful place. Never been. Looks lovely. Oh, dear. It might have been France, actually, Jesse. Yeah, it was either France or Italy. We had a year where they dropped down to like 7th, I think, which is really not easy to do when you're the number of teams you get. I don't think they stayed there because obviously what happens is the second they drop into that territory and they lose a couple of teams in Europe, all of a sudden they've got really good sides going straight into the Conference League and thing, and then it just explodes down there. We'll get rid of that for the moment. That's a subby. Alaz! Thank you for the 2 months.
Happy Paddy's Day and 2 months of subbage matter.
Thank you, my friend. Chat decided that they were going to be my Patrick for the day, so I feel more fulfilled there, because Pog won't be. She didn't ask me or anything. I'll have that. Have that. Lovely old job. Right, superb. Loan back? Sure, why not? We don't need him yet. Counts as the loan farm. I imagine it's probably quite expensive, I'm guessing, right? But then everywhere kind of is these days. Even Poland wasn't that cheap. It just was more cheap than other places, I guess. Would still recommend it highly, though. I think it's probably because it's... I mean, it's a tourist destination, and it's always going to be quite crowded, but I imagine it's more than it used to be. I suspect the places like Lake Bled in Slovenia have possibly suffered for the same thing, because something becomes popular because it's beautiful, and then it sort of gets over tourists to the point where it sort of loses a bit of that, but then ultimately, that's the cycle of things, isn't it? Right. What were we going to test out in a league game? Ah, yeah, different goalie. Should we try the new man, Mr. Paraguay, for a game? I think it's like John could do with the rest anyway. Might have to start Krzyzanowski, to be honest. Just to see if my little tweaks actually did anything good for us, because I'm pretty certain there's some players on the bench that shouldn't be. There he is, it's Ranjbar. Oh, I do feel bad for him, bless him. We've got more options at least. Aguirre, why the hell not? Go to Edmonton. How? What? Trying to think how that would even be possible. They just trade the pick. Vancouver drafts him, trades him for Tristan Jarry. I'm sure Vancouver will take it at this point. Right, we'll get that in there. Boom, 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 boom. I'm going to insta this one so we can get a little bit of progress, because I want to find out what's going on, because obviously we've got our round is going to be further in the future, which is where all games are played from this point onward. 2-0. Oh. I suppose it's Vidjev Wodge, not Wukaesh Wodge, who are especially bad, in fairness. 8 assists for Pena in the league, though, which is kind of good. Quite popular because he does a lot to attract more tourists. Yeah. That's always the tough balance, isn't it? You know, living in a place where people like it, but then they're coming there, and then it makes it more expensive and tough to be there. That's why I'm glad no one knows where... Well, not knows where I live, but it's a hidden gem, chat. Come with me to this hidden gem, or don't. Abdullahi scored a goal. All right, we take those. Would have liked to have seen a bigger result, actually. XG looked okay. Just... Naeem only got a 6.9 in that, too. I am tempted by the idea of the advanced wingback thing that was suggested as well. I don't know, John. I hear you're lovely this time of year. But only this time of year, specifically. So Vallejo is going out on loan. That's one of the many loanies that we're getting sorted for. Slovan Bratislava might actually have someone cooking for us, potentially. They're the sort of team that I feel like every couple of years they're going to have a guy. And, that's the guy, I guess. It's Simon Novak. And the least determined human being alive here. Look how high the determination is on most of these players. Except for this dude. He really does stick out like a very undetermined thumb. Did your best. Oh, good lord. I would never throw Willian in a river. I'd throw people who catch me with the Willian meme into a river, potentially. That's where I draw the line. Oh, Christ. I realised, though, we didn't actually talk about the Spurs-Liverpool game properly. Because I didn't think Spurs were that bad, generally speaking. I thought, especially for like the first 15 minutes or so of that game, Spurs were actually quite good. Sousa looked quite dynamic. But it did seem like Spurs decided to solely go down the left-hand side for most of the game. And it felt like Sousa wasn't really getting a lot of the ball, unfortunately. But it just felt like almost the entire match seemed to be played down Liverpool's right and Spurs' left, with Tell and... I forget who Spurs' left back was on that side. But I thought they were quite decent. There seemed to be a plan coming together with the way they were playing. It must admit, though, Vicario's goalkeeping for the Szoboszlai free kick was a little bit suspect. When it first went, I was like, oh, what a goal. And then I saw the behind the goal and thought, ooh, okay. That's it almost looked like he either didn't react fast enough to move across, or he took a step the other way and then couldn't get back across, because it was quite central. He did make some good saves after that, to be fair to him. I also have in my notes here about the game, Szoboszlai is my hair idol. That man, he's got the hair. He just looks so goddamn majestic at all time. He's a left back. Oh, really? Is he actually? In that case, I thought he did very well then. To be so out of position. He is just, yeah. He's a very handsome man. If we're talking like a handsome Premier League player, Szoboszlai is up there. Not just because of the hair. He's just stupid, sexy Szoboszlai, right? Oh, should I? Oh, I already agreed to that, didn't I? Hey, finally, extra transfer funds. Okay, we actually have money now. 16 million quid they just... Well, technically 12 and a half. So why didn't they do it before? I asked them for this money and they said no. But at least we now actually do have some cash to spend if we find a guy. Quenpan. You've got to aim higher, Tome. Or maybe just like the look. Hey, fair. Playing Liverpool before. Liverpool... Fugazi is a great way to describe that as well. It seemed to me like the equaliser was inevitable. Pretty much. The defending seemed lazy. Like, they were in front, but they were unlikely to score again. I mean, they had a couple of chances. That Salah one where Vicario got a toe and it was pretty good. But, I mean, both teams were a little bit squiffy like that. Hello, Cracovia dropping points. Love to see it. That gives us a little bit more breathing space too. in his first season. Well, I don't. To be fair, last season. Go after maybe. I really do like him as a player in general. I also like his versatility. It took me a little while to figure out that he was actually playing right back in that game. I was like, why is Soboslai dropping so deep into that little corner of the pitch? And I realised that he was just playing there. I like that about him. He's one of those players that just does whatever is needed to be done. Like, they were like, hey, we need you to do this. He's like, sure, got me, boss. He'd go in goal if he was asked to, and probably do a capable job. I'd trust him with pretty much anything, you know? He's that friend of yours that just knows how to do things. You just ask him, he's like, yeah, sure, I can do that, no problem. Because he's somehow got like a degree in it that you just never told you about. Yeah, I mean, I guess obviously he's not even tucking in that much though, is he? He's actually, I mean, he wasn't getting forward in the same way because obviously he had Frimpong ahead of him, which is an interesting choice. Is that just because they've decided that Frimpong can't do the defensive side of the game enough, so they're just playing him as a winger instead? But it seems to, I would say it seems to be working. Obviously, they drew the game, so maybe not. But I do like him a lot. He's easily my favourite Liverpool player. Kyoga Kamefukimoto. Very solid name. 10 jumping reach on a centre-back, though. Probably as good aggression, at least. And he's smiling, which is nice. Shoestring is signing to the well, this is the thing. One of the things I had in my notes was just like, it feels to me from an outside perspective like Liverpool obviously made a lot of signings. They needed to change the squad around a little bit. But is this a case of Slot sort of being exposed for the fact that now that he's had a chance to get his tactics and his players in a bit more, that a lot of the things from last year were sort of the hangovers from the Klopp era that were just sort of coming into... in the same way that, you know, that last year at Man United when Ferguson was there, where they won the title out of nothing, and then it kind of left this giant hole afterwards. It's almost the exact opposite of that, where Klopp had set them up for success, and then that last year was almost like just riding off of that somewhat. And now that he's had a chance to actually get his feet under the table, it's sort of exposing the weaknesses in his game tactically and also the types of players that they've got, because it feels like they've spent a lot of money and are worse off because of it, basically. That being said, I do think Ekitike is fucking great. He is just the guy. I love Ugo Ekitike. And it was strange because from an outside perspective, again, it felt like they signed him. He started really well, and then they stopped playing him as much. Now, maybe he got an injury or something, I don't know, but I love him. It also seems like Wirtz gets a little bit of a bad rap sometimes for not producing a lot, but doesn't he actually have quite decent underlying contribution numbers, which admittedly aren't the be all and end all, because obviously what matters is on the pitch is sometimes intangible too. Well, Isak's still got the broken leg thing, hasn't he? Yeah, I didn't see him do a lot in that game. Someone told me that he had like a really high amount of goal contributions. Maybe I was missing, or it was someone else, a different Florian Wirtz. Maybe it was Perverts who had all those assists that I didn't know about. Benefit the most. What, just because he's played under him before and he'll be playing in a more familiar tactical setup, I guess. Then dropped off and go, I see. So it was, maybe that's when I read it. They were like, he's back, he's finally there. It's weird because it's even made players in the Liverpool team that I feel like Cody Gakpo, he doesn't look like the same footballer anymore. Every time I see him play for Liverpool these days, he just looks like a different guy. A Cody Gakpo impersonator. He doesn't look to have the athletic... Ooh! A loan offer for Krzyzanowski. That's a very large fee. Taylor! Thank you for the 3 months. Sorry, the 2 months. I was getting ahead of myself there. It's a curse. I think Isak could be good. I think that ultimately Newcastle are the ones that did the best out of that, because they got the money. Well, is he really? God. Again, I don't watch them enough, but it feels like when I'd watched Liverpool last year, players like Gakpo were the ones that were constantly a threat, particularly when Fulham played them. It was always like, oh shit, Gakpo's got the ball again, something's going to happen. So is it just that they've changed tactics, or is it just the players around him, or what? Has he been injured? Because it seems like he's just not the same player anymore. Another bold mouth. Is he saying all bald men look the same? Lack of intensity. Oh, okay. He does look less fit as well. It's hard to explain, but he just looks more slovenly on the pitch. Option future. Oh yeah, it absolutely is. It's just I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, I wouldn't mind selling him to them, but I'd rather have maybe 2.9 Because obviously loan farm is great, because what will happen is they won't trigger the clause and he'll just end up part of the loan farm, which I'm fine with. We will have to maybe delve into the B team, though, and have a look for another left back to bring up to the full squad, because we are a little bit light there now. So Fair's going out on loan to Gornik Jabza. Good stuff. Oh. Were they not training twice a week last year as well? Or is this because of Europe? Joshua Fair, I suppose. Jota was my favourite Liverpool player in that team. There's certain players I just love watching. Bernardo Silva, like, I mostly just don't like the way Manchester City play a lot of the time. I actually find it incredibly dull. But there's one player in City's team that I always just really enjoy watching, and that's Bernardo Silva. Obviously, certainly peak Bernardo Silva. He's just a player that I just love seeing him play. He just does things in teams. I know he's had some troubles as well, but 2 Dutch players in a team. Too many Dutch players in a team. It's just too Dutch. We can't do it. Hello, questionable penguin. How are you, my friend? We're in the top 8 of the Champions League. Officially. I think the thing I liked about Jota is probably the same kind of thing that I liked about, or like about David Silva. Not David Silva, sorry. Bernardo Silva. He was so unpredictable from a defensive standpoint that other teams he always seemed to be able to find space. I love players that just find space. Ironically, one of the things I like about Ryan Sessegnon when he's playing in a more attacking role for Fulham is that he has this incredible knack of just going to where the ball's going to be. And I think it makes him quite a good defender sometimes, but it also makes him an incredibly unpredictable forward player when we get him in the right positions. Right, who can we register for this? First knockout. Oh yeah, we can check that actually. One sec, let me just sort out the squad. Registration's closed. No, it isn't. Surely. I assume this is a glitch. Why would it be telling me that I can register players if the registration is closed? That can't be right. I'm assuming this has to be a glitch. Reopens in 147 days. So can I put him in? No. Oh, hang on. I might be able to. It might just be that I'm ignoring it. There probably is someone I do need to bring in, to be fair. One of the goalies. Not sure who, actually. Wait, is there any of the other goalies registered here? Not sure they are, you know. So is it actually going to let me register anybody, or is it just going to make them kick off? I could try it. Obradovic. Duru's in. Ramadan doesn't need to be in the squad. To be fair, I don't think I actually really need to change that much about the team. Although he probably should be registered, but I don't think I can I, without taking someone out? But Lunga's homegrown. Harry Wilson's retiring, bless him. You're going to go out on loan anyway, so there's no point in me not registering you. I might as well bring you in. And then I guess that new guy, perhaps. We'll test it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Bring you in? I think that's all I can really do anyway, isn't it? Oh, no, I've got a few more slots. But they'd have to be for homegrown guys, wouldn't they? But just register those guys and see if that works. This is where I've only registered 2 players because it's glitched out on me. Imagine. That would really suck. What's Darwin been up to? Because they sold Darwin to Saudi, right? I don't know specifically which club. One of the Owls, presumably. So Orson's going to... Oh, wait. Isn't it interesting? He probably won't go anywhere then. But also feels like he's getting kind of old as well, right? He doesn't look... He still has flashes of the same player, but he doesn't, like, consistently that. Bernardo Silva. Now he's gone. Completely gone. Not been registered. Jesus Christ, how much did they spend on him? About this ball fella tune-up mistook a slot. When I first found out who it was, I did some Googling and came across these pictures of him having a wasted Ledley King and a wasted Giovanni Dos Santos at the end of their respective nights out. He doesn't look well, bless him. That's actually me after a couple of drinks, let alone several. Saudi, I would have no idea, yeah. I don't know who's winning in the Saudi League. I'll tell you who's winning in the Saudi League. The teams that are selling players to the Saudi League. Daniel Levy's brother-in-law. It all comes full circle. Angelo Stiller. I recognise that name. I feel like he might have left. Or he's part of the reason that Stuttgart are doing so well this season. No, he did leave. He's at Bayern. Because of course he is. £61 million. He is playing a lot, to be fair. Everyone's so oh, fair enough. Tell you who's winning, Andrew. The friends we make along the way. I mean, his brother Ben will be super happy with his performances. And maybe not with the fractured lower arm. Oh, dear. The thing is, he's a great player and worth a lot of money. But I'd say that someone like a Monperousse, he's better than him. He just is. Good first line. Yeah, that's the thing for me. I think the advanced wingbacks, there's definitely a lot of good. Christ, look at the ratings on them. That's very much the way to go, actually, I suspect. But I'm also reticent to dive too deep into it, just in case it's overly OP. And obviously, losing is fun, because then it makes the winning feel better. And that's why I want to make sure I stay away from anything that is that's why I won't be obviously doing like strikerless tactics and things like that, of course. Unless they like nerf it somewhat. Right, so you're expensive, you're expensive, you're expensive. And Cameroonian, that's cool. You're quite cheap and Hungarian. You are Polish at Lechia. Oh, I think, isn't this the guy that's got... No. But he's quite highly rated, this guy. And then really expensive guy there as well. Let me just stop my scouts from basically going after anyone silly. And then... Oh, please, I beg of you, fix this shit, FM. It's the most annoying thing in the game still, I think. Because you could do with a bit more knowledge, perhaps. They're all sort of reasonable. Get them fully scouted when they're not injured. That would probably help. 4 getting past the FIFA series next week for like 90... FIFA series? What's that? 3 target forwards. Now that is the kind of shithousery I'm on about. How's that working out for you, cracks? 3 target forwards. Surely at that point you no longer have a target. You've just got this giant glob. It's the complete spray and pray approach, and I'm a huge fan of it. I've wanted to build a tactic that's like the anti what I'm currently doing type of setup at some point, where it's all about as many shots as possible from any angle imaginable. Just keep on shooting. That's what I want. Maybe I'll build that at some point in this save, just for the memes. Maybe I can make that my wall of death tactic. Right, that's okay. That should at least allow us some more options on the... Bloody hell, the bench has got bigger, hasn't it? Oh, I'll tell you what I need to do. I need to start getting Chalky into the game a little bit more, perhaps. At least onto the bench, instead of someone that doesn't play very often, like a Harry Wilson, bless him. Year 3, you'll love to see it. Hello, Cameron. Oh, I thought it might have been to do with, like, I was going to say FIFA, but obviously it isn't called FIFA anymore, so why on earth would that be the case? I'm still stuck in the past. You know me. We didn't look at the other ties, did we? Right, let's check that out. So, yeah, the other Champions League ties in the round of the playoffs. Benfica Celtic versus Man City, Porto Galatasaray. That would be a good one to get the winner of, maybe. Maybe Athletic Club Bayer Leverkusen? Monaco. It's not going to be easy. Watch us get knocked out by Newcastle. That would be very us. Yes, another reason I just don't like the recruitment focuses, Chris, is for that exact same reason. You just have... That and your scouts just keep showing you the same players over and over. One player, I think, this year that has definitely not had a great season is Obradovic. Like 4 goals, 2 assists. That's not really amazing numbers from him. I know we've been in a state of flux and lots of rotation, but it still is a bit sussy. I haven't, Viking. I'm going to do it after stream. In fact, I haven't turned my PS4 on in about 1.5 years. So that's going to be fun. Hopefully it works. I do need to have a rummage around, see if I can find the... I do have like a plug-in microphone for my big headset. So it should be fine if I could find out where that is. It's probably in one of these drawers. But I suspect it's going to be quite a large update. Hopefully my PS4 even still works. We drew 0-0. As if we fucking drew 0-0. It's a full-strength team. The game is determined to make this title race interesting, isn't it? How do we manage that? Please don't tell us. 16 shots on target and we drew 0-0. Their goalkeeper has just played an absolute 9.1 for our opposition goalkeeper. 16 shots on target. 0-0. No, it's doing all the right things, just apart from the part where you score goals. Just going to bed earlier. Yeah, I've been going to bed earlier the last few days. That might just be because of illness, but I've been trying to get there. I've been waking up earlier too, though. Break the assist record. I think... What is the assist record? Is it De Bruyne? Or are we talking Man United assist record, which I think he already did, right? Rabona. Ah, I've heard of it. I don't know much more about it, but I think I have heard of... Well, I've definitely heard of it. I think it came up in a discussion I was having on the... Not the podcast, but pre-podcast. Talking about other football-y type games, like your Nutmegs and your Copper Cities and things like that. it's cool to see that sort of stuff existing. It almost feels like
It's
there's more
good,
appetite
you
for it at the
came in
moment just
summer.
because of the FM's
In winter, it can
weirdnesses,
get
you know.
very depressing.
Reawakens, thank you very much for the follow. 20 assists. I mean, the question is, projections-wise, is he on track for it? Because I don't know how many games Bruno's actually played, whether he's played in every game for United so far this season, but to equal it, 4 with 8 games to go feels probably doable. Tough, though. I think I actually saw a random thing on Instagram about him beating the record of the Beckham record, in fairness. This is what we're getting. Ooh, hang on. Australia, Azerbaijan, Indonesia, Kazakhstan. Wow, what an eclectic bunch of teams. Wait, Rwanda A and B. Damn, someone took visit Rwanda very seriously. I think that's kind of cool, actually. I think we did talk about this before, but that is kind of sick. I think it's like, I watched a video the other day about the possibility of bringing back the sort of home nation, like basically why doesn't football have a Six Nations type thing? Which obviously I feel like, you know, there's no room in the fixture calendar for things like that, but I think that would be kind of sick. Only 7 open play. That's just that's just the Premier League this year in general, isn't it? Very deep. That's true. So what's his numbers been like since Carrick's taken over? Has it just like propelled his numbers through the roof, or has it just sort of improved them slightly? One of your strikers from the target forwards. Ooh. Hang on. Oh, it's Martin Adam. That's the Hungarian guy they played at the Euros, right? The one they would throw on at the end to be a big tall man in the box and stuff. 25 goals. I love that you've got Martin Adam. That's such a cool signing. Really fun groups. Is there? Let's have a look. Back we go. So Australia, Cameroon, China, Curacao. That's fun. But... wait. Is there another one I just missed? No. Cape Verde... wait. Chile? Were that... or are these different... wait, what? Hang on. Where did Chile come from? Or is there different tournaments involved in this that I'm somehow missing? Oh, they're all... oh, I see. So that's the New Zealand one. Virgin Islands are in there. Estonia versus Kenya is not a matchup you thought you'd get. That's so cool. Oh, there's way more teams in this than I thought there was. That's dope. That's just dope. Was City at home? Right. Do I want to receive push notifications? Do you know I'm probably going to go on a no for now? Oh, my days. So, Jesus. So he's basically getting an average of a goal contribution, if not slightly more per game. Good God, big advert there. So it makes you think that if he continues at that rate, he probably will get it, right? But it depends on what their fixtures look like, I guess, right? It might have been that they had a good spell of games. 9 assists and 2 goals. In 8 games. And obviously that won't continue to the same extent. Oh, imagine if it did, though. But obviously, you know, historical things are not always an indicator of things going forward, but it can't... promote left back, no, we didn't actually, yeah. Champions League fixtures. We won't have a Champions League fixture for a while yet, because obviously, as a result of us being top 8, we get to bypass a round, so we have to wait for the next round to take place before we can see our fixtures. And then the game will sneakily slide it in there and pretend that it didn't happen. Right, yeah. Let's have a look at the B team. Just to see if there is someone that can be called up for the left-back spot, just in case. We don't have a huge abundance of wing-backs outside of Tomashevic is literally the first one. And he's already eligible. Ooh, it's a bit light, you know. Then again, we look on potential instead. Because even if they're not great now, they won't get great unless we play them. See, right-backs were fine. Left side, not so much. Casadeisis left. Tomashevic, wow, he's fallen off a little bit. In that case, for the first knockout teams... oh, yeah, sorry, we did look at those, yeah. We looked at the round that was drawn already, but not our round, because obviously it hasn't happened yet. In that case, why don't we have a look at transfer room in and just see if there are any left wing-back options in there that maybe we could sign in anyone. No star players, no first-team level ones, but there usually never is. I don't think I've ever seen a player actually come in with that, but we've got a couple of younks still, dear no. They're very bad. Future prospect, guys? Oh, it's so tough to find. I mean, I might sound like, he's 20, though. He's Franco Romero. We're just a little bit like a little bit light there. It's not as easy. It's a bit more of a niche role. Let's have a look at the Santa Baby list, actually, while we're at it. See if there is anyone, but it's not a super strong list, right? Well, it's not. It's very strong, but I haven't updated it for a while. Not one. Not one. There's just any left backs? Got Cartagena, Salcedo. Santa Baby, it's basically a Christmas list. That's what I usually have like a random shortlist I use that I call a Christmas list when I just want players that I'm putting for Christmas, and just randomly decided to call it Santa Baby this time because of that song. That's what it actually is. A player on loan that we could call back. Don't make me tap the sign. I need to have that written on the whiteboard. Calling back a loanee as I live and breathe. I'm tapping the sign. I'm gonna have to get Pog with her lovely handwriting. Isn't playing. If they're not playing for the team they're out on loan at, they're probably not going to be good enough for us, though, are they? That's the thing. And we can have a gander. Best way to do it actually would be to simply look at that and then filter it specifically by left wing backs instead. That way we can isolate them a bit easier. Because they technically count as defensive midfielders. So left-sided wing backs. So, the answer is no. We are just lacking depth in that position. Obviously, John's here too, but he's not eligible for the second team. Van der Werf is, I mean, yeah, that's just an area of the team that there just hasn't been a good player come through in a while. It's not like we've not been looking for them. They just haven't really been there. I must admit, even I expected to see someone in there that I was going to be like, but I can't bring him back. Apparently, no, there just isn't. That is very bad. The right side is absolutely stacked. Like, we have so many good right-sided wing-backs. Because we've got, obviously, Coffee and Naeem, but also Shokri. And there's another guy, I think. Pure left-backs. True. But we just get that. I mean, they wouldn't actually be playing anyway, because they'd just get absolutely rinsed if they have no familiarity with the position. Yeah, Pascal isn't actually a left back, though. Hang on, why is that? These are all centre backs. Yeah, none of these guys are actually left backs. There isn't really anyone there that's... Because all of these fellas are just centre backs that they can technically play there. Yeah. There's not a lot, really. Antonio, yeah, no. Oh, yeah, if they can play there. But bear in mind, these are not left-backs. These are all centre-backs. So there's no point in me training a centre-back to play wing-back, because that would not be a good use. And they're all out on loan, of course. But it's just not a good use of their time. We'll just find a new one. Do that. Get that out. Podium ceremony with the Chinese. Oh, what, where, George got out of the way so that Antonelli and Lewis could have a picture with Bono. I thought that was quite sweet. Need left backs. I guess so. It's just not so easy to find them. Like, wing backs are a more specialised role. Although, I think we have just had a bit of bad luck too, because ultimately we found loads of right wing backs. I think we just got a bit unlucky. At one point we had an abundance of left backs as well, with Krzyzanowski, John, Casadeisis. And so Kimi Räikkönen. How do you mix those two up? Multiple cams. Oh, we can't. Oh my god, they're actually triggering the clause. Fair enough. Oh, Kimi, I guess so. But, you know, it's not like Räikkönen's been around for a while. Yeah, I think that we'll just have to find someone else there. It's okay for the time being, but in the summer, we will need to look for somebody in there. Obviously not a starter, because we've got John and we've got Tomasjevic, but hopefully finding a couple of younger guys that can fulfill that role, or left-back guys that we can then transition to be there. That'll be absolutely fine. Actually, I'll tell you what we should do. A transfer room in for left-backs rather than wing-backs. Just a straight-up transfer room in that doesn't worry about that and just goes for these. For a couple of the usual ones, for my usual playing time roles. So I'll ignore youngster on this one because it's a bit tougher. I'll just whack those in. Don't obviously have a macro for this one, so I'll just do the breakthrough prospect one. Ignore that. And then... So this is retirement. Wow. It's weird. It feels like he retired ages ago. But there's just been less Chinese Grand Prix than other tracks in that time or something. I'll do... Actually, to be fair, those are what I want, but I will just put these ones in anyway, just in case, because you might find a guy that can do both. Get you a lad who can do both, right? What's the worst that could happen? Give us something to focus on. Because even if we just manage to find a couple of guys that don't cost us a lot of money, might have a bit of potential about them, could strengthen us in that position. And I might actually try to find a way to bring that into the main search more commonly anyway. Just add it to the macro so it adds those in as well. Oh, really? Okay, yeah, that was a while ago. Fair enough then. Oh, the macro still works absolutely fine. Obviously, it wouldn't work to add those, but I could just add them into the macro because the database, sorry, not the database, the spreadsheet I have knows exactly where every single one will be. So it can press anyone it likes. I just have given it the coordinates for the ones I normally press. So if I just gave it the ones for left back and right back, it would know exactly where they are. That was actually the easy part. The tough part was getting it to know how to click on the squad playing times because they vary depending on the ages of the players and stuff, and the numbers can be all over the shop. That was the tough part because it's all sort of relative to other things. That's an affiliate report. Nakagawa's joined us as well. I'm assuming he was one of the Japanese. He's a C-rated fella who is already on the loan list and is very mid, much like most of them. When are those first rounds of the Europa League? I feel like they might be soon, right? That's the wrong button, Matt. That's the Champions League. So 12. So it's this week, those first legs. 2 Wonderkid strikers. I don't know. Oh, yeah, they've got the guy that was playing for Kairat, and I think he's already signed for Chelsea or Manchester City. I forget who it is. But he's one guy, but they've got a couple of quite good players, I think. Oh. UCL predictions. All right, go on then. We need to do the VOD comments too, because we actually have quite a few this time around. Oh, please no. Okay, it's not too bad. Ramadan taken ill with the flu. I feel that pain, bro. Oh, they're all getting the flus now. Let me just quickly get the Patreon regions back in again. And then we'll do the Champions League predictions. Because obviously we're going to chef. Because I am brilliant, as you know, at predicting things. Good bother. No, I mean, I could never. In fact, that's the one I usually do okay with. Okay, so Champions League. Just get it up. I can pretty much remember most of the ties off the top of my head, but just want to make sure we get this right. Okay, that's just today though, isn't it? So we want matches. Just make sure that covers it properly. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so first leg was, what was it, 3-0 to Bodo in the first leg. I think they win the second leg 2-1 because I think the same thing will happen that happened with Inter, where Sporting now have to come at them. Bodo can play on the break, and they're just so good at doing that. That's exactly what they want you to do. City, Real Madrid. I think City will win the game, but it'll be like 3-2 because they'll leave spaces again. And Real Madrid, I watched a really interesting tactics breakdown video this morning about the way that City got absolutely taken apart by Real Madrid in that game, just by the fact that they were, the way that they positioned their players. It was really interesting, is what I'm saying. So yeah, I'm going to go 3-2 to Manchester City. Arsenal, Leverkusen, I think it'll be a dull game, but it'll be like 2-0 to Arsenal, where one of them's bound to be a corner or something. Chelsea, PSG. Oh, that was a great first leg, wasn't it? But they kind of ran away with them in the second leg. I actually think that PSG will win that 2-0, and then Liam Rossini will do something really weird. Double prediction there. Newcastle, Barca. The bold one here. I reckon Newcastle win it 2-1. Newcastle win it 2-1. That, I'm saying it. Spurs will, after that good result against Liverpool, lose to Atletico Madrid in the second leg. 2-0. Simeone ball, sensible stuff. Liverpool, I think, will beat Galatasaray, but it will not be pretty. I'm going to go 1-0. And then Bayern, Atalanta. Bayern will play with an entirely rested team and probably still win the game like 2-1. So there you go. I'm saying there's a chance. Maybe. Going out on a limb. I know. Watch this be the one game of Arsenal's that isn't like that. I'm trying to beckon it into existence. So, VOD comments time. As for the loading out the second team stuff in the Europe of the window, that's kind of what we do. But I think there needs to be some understanding about the way that this happens, because it isn't just a case of us deciding to loan players to X club or Y club. Ultimately, we can lead a club to water, but we can't make them suck up our loan players, right? I can't force a player anywhere realistically. Even with the player exchange thing, it's still incredibly tedious and difficult to do. All we can do is offer them out and hope that they take our players. And some of our loan players actually probably aren't even good enough for some of these clubs at this stage. So it's really a lot more easy said than done. Like, best case scenario, absolutely that would be the case, but we can't force that. And we just have to hope that they're interested in our players at this stage. And maybe they will, but you notice the loan bids we're getting are not likely from the clubs that are in Europe. So there's that. Also, Valentina with the huge one here. The crosses passes through crowded bodies over the back of it. Yeah, that was something you didn't see as often in 24, I feel like, and I'm glad that it's in the game now, to be honest. The ads thing, yeah, the amount of, like, things I get... I'm still getting Polish adverts on TikTok at the moment because of me scrolling TikTok when I was in Poland. It seems to think I'm still there. So I get, like, Jabka adverts and stuff like that, which is pretty good. And obviously you found out about Amin Sarr. What a guy. Oh, so I'm reading out this last bit because I'm trying to get better at this, and apparently I look a bit better than I used to, which is not a huge surprise since I used to look like shit. So I'm kind of happy that we've made some progress there. Now all I need to do is actually have a single ounce of muscle on my entire body. That'll maybe fix the last stage. Players for a beginner. Okay, we'll circle back to that actually. This was what I was on about. Jack's comment was about advanced wingbacks. I definitely think that's something that will 100% make this tactic better. I'm just reticent to do things that I'm worried could make it overpowered in a sense. But I wouldn't mind testing it out in some league games perhaps as a backup tactic just to see if it's as good as I thought it could potentially be. But I've heard really good things about advanced wingbacks. I know Jinx was playing a save that had advanced wingbacks in and they were absolutely chefing. Like double-digit goals a season level good. And apparently, FM got all of their match engine stuff from LMA 2004. Who knew? We're back to that. So as for the finding players for a beginner, it's all relative, right, ultimately, as to what the club you're managing is ultimately. But there are a few things that you can do that will hopefully help with that. So utilizing the players that the game literally shows you is a crucial thing to do. So that is having the agent offers turned on inside the scouting recommendations thing, which is on by default. So unless you've turned it off, it will be on. They will just, bring you players, which helps a lot. Utilizing those guys is really, really important in the early stages. The other thing I would say, especially for new players, is transfer room in, because you don't have to do a lot of the deep stuff to make transfer room in work. So it means you don't have to use a lot of your own judgment going through here and going, is that 5-star? Is that? Whereas transfer room in, you could just, they bring in players to you. I still think it's weird that it's based on your scouting knowledge, given that you're essentially asking teams to bring you players. So I don't know why that would matter, but I guess it's just the way that FM's programmed it, right? So that's one way of finding them. But, well, that's not a lot of loan outs. Although, oh, absolutely not. Oh, they all want a bit of him. That's a good sign. Regions finding out. It is Anarith, but I guess I wouldn't want to accidentally make something that makes us suddenly go from where we are to be Champions League winners too quickly. Because I feel like it wouldn't sit right with me, I suppose. Oh, what else is missing in 26? Is it capital letters? Because if not, you've got us covered. Okay, that's an enormous win for Benfica. Into scraping past Marseille. Oh my god. Stoppage time fest here. City concede twice in second half stoppage time to an unnamed energy drink. And a bottling. Oh, I'd love to play against them. If we knock them out, that's who I want. I want them. Talk about... To be fair, oh no. We might actually see that happen, Andrew. I don't know. It might just be that I've been skipping over it because I'm trying to get better at going through these menus a bit faster by doing the mark all instead of hitting the spacebar as much as before. So maybe they are there. I've been seeing a lot more stoppage time goals lately. When we first got the new update and I switched that other tactic, we were scoring a lot of first half stoppage time goals for some reason. Hadia Hosanna. We're going to sing Hosanna, are we? Love to see it. Thursday will be the third, the conference. No, that's not the one either. What's that one in the middle? The Europa. Maldini, my guy. It took a minute for something. Oh, he was part of that Atalanta team, is he? 30 years old. His scoring has fallen off lately, which makes me wonder if they've moved him back a little bit. Oh. Tremendous. Actually, this is like, I'm actually surprised no one of you brought up. Did you guys see that Ashley Cole has now taken charge of, I think it's Cesena, in the second tier of Italy? When I saw that, I had a little closer look at, also, what was this season here? 13 Man of the Match awards. 9 goals and 13 assists. That is an unbelievable season. But yeah, Ashley Cole's in charge there now. And I had a little look at Serie B. If you haven't seen the Serie B league table, have a look at it and have a look at the goal differences. In fact, you know what? Screw it. Why am I saying that when I could just show you the Serie B league table? It is really something. Goal difference, goal difference, goal difference. And all of a sudden, no goal difference. Just... That is right, isn't it? Yeah. It's like only the top teams have got positive goal difference. Everybody else, pretty much, except for some reason, Südtirol, just absolutely in the dumps. But these guys absolutely crushing it. And you see that, oh, they must have had a game played since then. They're not even doing that badly. I wonder why they thought, yes, Ashley Cole is the man for the job. It's bizarre. It seems like it's just really top heavy. There's a lot of teams towards the top that are really good, and everybody else is absolutely cooked, pretty much. But the thing is, the teams towards the bottom, theirs aren't even that bad. It's just they're spreading the, not even the love, spreading the hate out amongst them, I guess. Very strange. Have they actually? I take it they were doing a lot better before. I'm curious to see how he gets on, frankly. It's always interesting when sort of well-known players from the English football sphere, Liverpool just lost 4-1 to take on jobs like that, especially when it's abroad as well. Steiner, thank you very much for the follow. If you are new and you've enjoyed the weird shenanigans and ongoings from today's stream, drop a follow. I really would appreciate that. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. 2 and 13. How are they still 8th in the league? Were they top before that? We could try it in the next game. In the league, at least. I'll make a side-branched version of the tactic to allow us to be able to switch between them. Because if I next match only it, I'll forget that we ever did it. Which is what happened to the run from position thing on the striker. At the team photo. Oh, that is... Yeah. It's not pretty reading, is it? Can I get to Europe quite quickly this way? Probably not. Actually, no, I can. I can do it like that, can't I? That's Chelsea, Matt. Not what you meant to click at all. Speaking of, how's that looking these days? Ah, yes, Brighton are in 3rd, naturally. There you go, Brighton fans. One for you. This is what Brighton were doing all along. Right, Europe. And we want Europa League. Come on. 1-1. As if they've lost. That's annoying. Great result for Legia away from home. Terrible result for Cracovia away at Rapid Bucuresti. Lads, you've probably got the most winnable, with the exception of someone like Celia, draw of the lot. Do not screw this up. Great result for Legia, though. The second leg, unfortunately, I have a horrible feeling that Legia are going to lose at home, but then Cracovia will get the dub. Yeah, so I believe that was Wisła Płock, Andrew, that drew 5 games in a row in Poland in real life and then went top as a result of that. And I believe Cracovia actually were involved in some weirdness like that as well, but it was down towards the bottom of the league, which, as you know, in Poland is about 3 points away. Because everyone's so close to each other. Get all you guys out the way. Leaves us with 7, but that's okay. That doesn't work for me anymore. I've got to stop doing that. He's seriously injured. I'll scout him again so we can actually have a look at him properly. Right. Anyone that's cheaper? Nigerian fella, another Nigerian guy in Spain. Dostal, okay, so he's come through, but we've still got more knowledge needed for him. We know all about Uche because he's already joining us. These guys we can... Ooh. Send those around again. Ayinde. He's kind of fun. Into shortlist? No. Trust me, it's annoying as hell. When I was doing some tests with the director of football thing to figure out how impactful your DOF was on your transfer room in, I had to basically put the entire ones for both searches into a shortlist each time, and it was tedious. I don't know why the game's set up like that, but unfortunately, no, there isn't a way to do it without doing it one by one. Bravery Prospect is fine. Contract is fine. Yeah, I'm happy to sign him. If he wanted a first team role, his contract's up in the summer, but I suspect that we'll end up getting caught out by compensation if we do that. We did actually sign a Lovemore. There was a Lovemore Simon. Is there been updates to the table, Andrew? As in, what's the latest ridiculousness in Poland? I could try it. Actually, it doesn't appear to be. Oh, he's 20 years old. There probably won't be any compensation anyway. The only downside would be if there is an optional extension that he's got. But he's Nigerian? That won't cost too much either. I can definitely offer him something like that. Relegation release clause of 0 on top of that. 6 million is not too bad either. And this will tie him down. Whoa, what are you doing, Matt? Bit of that. Nice, just went for it. Sick. He looks decent. Heading's not great. Aggression's a little on the low side. But if nothing else, the fact that he's good for the fact that he's on a lower squad status is the crucial thing. If he wanted a first team status, I probably would have said no, because the last thing we need is more of that. Oh, no. Then again, actually, I'm glad. If he's going to get a virus, do it now, rather than when we've got a Champions League tie coming up. Hello, Remixed. It's going very well. We actually got top 8, incredibly. Despite only getting 15 points, we managed to qualify in the top 8 of the Champions League and only lost one game, which was our final game to Liverpool, in which we scored a goal that was 1,000% offside. Not even close. It was 5 yards offside, but somehow it was given. So we were a bit fortunate to even be in that game, to be fair. Top on goal difference, unbeaten with 6 and still bottom 3. Have they just drawn all of those 6 or something? Or has everyone started winning at the same time because Poland exists in this wonderful state of inebriation, essentially? We're still only 2 points clear ourselves here. 4 draws? But surely there's 2 wins in there, right? That's still 10 points from 6. You think they'd be making progress? Speaking of progress, or lack thereof, it's minus 49 on the goal difference now for Łukasz Łódź. They might finally be turning a corner in the sense that they're probably not going to concede 100 goals this season. 40 goals conceded in the next 13. Actually, they probably could still. If they average 3 a game still, they're pretty close to doing it. Go for the record, lads. You know you want to. We're not really scoring that many either, compared to the teams around us, who are still right in the battle. Because all of these guys are still well over 2 points a game. There's 4 teams that are tracking towards mid-70s in terms of points. Also, Lechia are kind of... I mean, they're actually miles clear. It really is looking like the 3 teams that are in the relegation zone are just going to stay there as it happens. Right, so I'm on Perus. So what we're going to do is bin that shit off, because it doesn't work. So we'll get rid of that. And then we'll go back to this one. Then I'll make another copy of that one. A copy of a copy, so to speak. Which will then have these guys become advanced wingbacks. Which actually stays wide as part of it. Oh no, I think that has it built into it anyway, doesn't it? But I'll keep the other instructions on for the time being. And then you will also become an advanced wingback on stays wide, and then keep the other instructions turned on for this little testy test. And let me see. So no Monperus, sadly. He'll be out for only 2 weeks though, so I'll get Pena in, which is fine. JT's going to be missing for a little while, so I'll switch you out. Actually, is there anyone else that can't play? Just scroll the list down a little bit first. I knew there was one. It's Monperus. Trying to sneak onto the bench with his cold. Ooh. Oh, Perpasalo's back. I forgot that his loan finished. We might as well get Pisani in there. And Damašević definitely back to the bench, because he is actually useful. Where's he gone? There he is. They're on standard. Standard what? This is the same as before. The only thing I changed was I made that Naeem cross on the byline, and then I had John on stays wider on that. But the other stuff was the same. It hasn't affected my instructions. Okay. I know, Andrew, it's such a fun league. It does sort of get coverage, but usually in a sort of, haha, look what's going on in Poland kind of way. It's like, no, it's great. Right, I'm actually going to have another week because I'm staying hydrated, friend. I don't even have a second whiz quiz for you today. I thought, no, you won't need one of those today. I was wrong. I shall return. And then we can crack on with a little bit of this lovely You're not going to believe this, chat. It was Michael Roche. Michael Roche. It wasn't Michael Roche. That's not a person. Well, it probably is. Just not this person in particular. Oh, dear. I'm just going to look up the table. It'd just be much easier, wouldn't it? Extra... I've spelled that horribly. Extra class of standings. That makes our lives way easier, doesn't it? Right. There we go. That's insane. So Legia are literally 12 points off the top whilst being in 16th place. And there's Wisła Płock, who were top at one point, but that losing a lot of games will do that. Poland is just the best, isn't it? They have a -1 goal difference as well. How are Arca even staying outside of the drop zone because of this? Oh, I've got to perform checks. 22 million euros. I mean, hey, they're not that far off, right? They could probably still win the damn thing. Oh, this is a cool website. Jesus Christ. That's... Good God, look at the form. They were top at one point. It's just the best. It might be the most fun league in Europe. And I'm totally on board with it. Up the Poland. Okay. Let's fucking see what this is like. Let's actually watch this game so we can... Oh. Wait, what? Did he... FM? Did they not think that maybe unavailable would also include players that were literally not at the club? I thought that might count unavailable. Apparently not.
Happy 51 months, Matto. Hope things are well and that the gods of RNG are smiling down upon you.
Do you know what? They kind of are, actually. We had a goal allowed that was miles offside earlier in the Champions League. It didn't actually count for anything useful in the end, but it was there. So I'd say yes, they actually are slightly down on us in some respects. 1 win in 6. And they go top by drawing 5 in a row or some madness. Just not for you. I guess you're right. No, you know what? You're 100% spot on. I can't argue with that. Who's getting a squad number now? Oh, the new guy. Or one of the new guys. One of the many centre-backs. The recap video would just be called, I signed every centre-back in Europe and some from outside Europe. It was pointed out to me that I start almost every recap being like, no, seriously, this was the best season ever. And maybe it is. All I need is to put some nice explosions in the intro. Maybe a helicopter or something. Just to really hype it up. Only 8 in 6. Yeah, he's not been... To be fair, the last 2 seasons, the goals have been spread around so much that it's been tough. Nobody's really stood apart. Because we score a decent amount, but they're always spread around like 5 or 6 different guys. So we always end up with about 5 players getting between 15 and 18 goals a season. Next season will be the one. That's true. And technically next season will be the one. We just don't know what it'll be the one of. So with the scouting video thing, what I might do, because I keep going, oh, I'm putting this new thing in there. And I'm like, maybe I should just break it into some smaller ones so I can concentrate on getting one done at a time instead. Because it keeps expanding the number of things I want to test. So I might just make it into a couple of, or several shorter scouting videos so I can just start getting them out. And so it's not so overwhelming because there was all sorts of stuff to do with, I did the tests with directors of football, I did the tests with Transfer In, I did the tests with increasing your scouting knowledge of certain countries, how long it takes to get a scout to learn it, how fast it decays, little tips and tricks I figured out on how to actually make them learn it quicker, and all that sort of jazz. But putting it all in one video and doing all the tests probably is a bit much. So it might make sense if I just make a few smaller ones. But ultimately, there's that and also this sort of other channel idea I've been working on that I'm sort of been cooking in the background too. Because it's always important to have a pivot. And that might be mine. Oh. But yeah, Catalan's not had the most prolific season. Fila has very much been the one player, I think he's the only player that's actually in the double digits for us this year. Oh, the channel idea. Basically, I want to make a video that talks about the way that football clubs' suffixes and prefixes came about. So, like, because that's the sort of shit that I find fascinating. The weird, like, anthropological quirks in football. And that, for me, is a thing that I feel like I need a separate outlet to do. So that's something I'm looking into potentially. That looked very close to being offside, but lovely build-up play. John cutting it. Look at this one-touch stuff there. That is glorious. And a goal for Catalan. Not even aged yet. I don't know. He is 22. Yes, he is. We'll have to check after the game, though, as I don't believe you can check in the middle of the match to see if he's actually got that extra. We just need to know if he's got big matches. I'd be willing to bet that he does. And not just... Oh, good save. Not just good, but really good. If you want to... Yeah, maybe not that one. But I was just going to call the first... I wanted to do a video specifically start with England. and just call it why there's so many Uniteds. But I feel like it's really interesting in other countries. I was trying to explain this concept to Pog about how, like, it's not just the same thing in each nation where it's just a translated version of each one. Where, you know, with, for example, reals, you get a lot of those in Spain. I'd love to look into the etymology and, that kind of stuff in general. So I figured that's the sort of thing that I would probably have to create another outlet for. So I'm looking into that as a possibility. Oh, that's a lovely pick out. Oh, it's beautiful. Katala again. Just as you criticize him. Gah. He responds to criticism, just not from me. 0 email from the... Really? Oh, I don't know. Cold. I tend not to look at scouting emails on individual players because it just floods my inbox. It's a great strike, to be fair. Lovely little bit of build-up. I liked the positioning from Olafemi John on that play as well. That was nice. Tristan, thank you for the follow.
My own hotel.
Fun with prefixes, yeah. It's that kind of weird, nerdy, minutia stuff that I feel like there's a little bit of a gap in the market for that I find really interesting. And I almost want to know them myself and then just make a video about it. Like, not
Do you know if
this
there's a train
type of video I make now, more just like your
yes, very
faceless
sure.
type stuff.
They are building it now.
Gunvi, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you for both of you for following. That's very kind. Hello, Inferno. How are you, my friend? Always context stand for nothing. Possibly, yes. But that would be that in itself, weirdly, is interesting. Like, yeah. Because there are some interesting... I'd probably focus on the English one first, just solely on, say, the top 6 tiers. But that's an area that I've always found funny. Well, not funny, but interesting. Particularly when you look at certain different leagues and different nations and how the naming conventions of clubs came about. Because, for example, in Eastern Europe, a lot of the sort of works teams with your locomotives and all that kind of stuff, or metalists and stuff. It's just, I find that fascinating. I think you're right, because he's got an outlet that's closer to him. Because in the first... Naeem's only on a 6.8 here, in fairness, but it might be that the little tweak I've given to his instruction is not working now because of this change. So if he has another relatively anonymous game, I might switch him off of the byline crossing idea. Well, it literally is a suffix. Wednesday's a suffix. Albeit a somewhat unique one. I'm sure there are other teams that use... But are there actually other teams? There may well be. Not in the sort of the top 6 leagues, but it's just interesting to me. Your Rovers and your Wanderers. I basically just wanted to investigate footballing curiosities and use that as an excuse to be creative, right? Oh, that's close. I figured if I'm going to, why not just do it on a new channel and just try something a little bit different? Sheffield, I know. They got moved to the weekends and everyone forgot about them. Useless. They just became Sheffield FC. A Catalar hat-trick would be quite... Oh! The other thing about Catalar having 8 goals in total this season is that he literally has a hat-trick in a game as well, which shows just how limited his goal scoring was at times. That's true. The asymmetry ahead of our 2 wingbacks as well is probably forming a factor there. Oh, good stuff. So we maybe have to look into Naeem a little bit further, because his ratings have definitely... The improvements that we've seen on our left side since we started tweaking are definitely very clear. But it's sort of come at the expense of making the right side worse, but overall we're better. It's just not as good. Yeah. Before, it was the right-hand side doing everything. Now, actually, it kind of has almost gone the exact opposite way. But we can figure that out. That's something to work with. Just Subway Surfers? I don't know, whatever you mean. You mean... Wait, do I still have this mode? You mean this? No, I would never. I don't even have a button for this anymore. But you listen up. If you're not staying interested and engaged, then I don't know what you're doing. Frankly, you're doing it wrong. I haven't used that in ages. But also, yes, Harv, it very much does. But that's more for the premium features of the channel. Right, Naeem off, coffee on. Abramovich has been... Abramovich had a much better day. I wonder if it's because he's getting more support in the role. Feeler struggled a little bit more, though. See if Duru can chef there. Maybe Pisani. Oh, no, not Pisani. What am I doing? Oh, it doesn't let you do it, does it? Fuck's sake. I hate that you have to go back out because the undo button doesn't exist. Or does, but is unpressable. Yeah, we'll get Arola in there because it'd be a shame not to give him a game. Because he was really good, but when we were playing that other system, he was kind of doing nice. He was doing nice, chat. Coffee. Abdullah, he's had a bad day again. Weirdly. Maybe he's getting less support. Stay in our run wide with ball. I guess it's one thing at a time with him, right? It's... I'm definitely... We're still only 2-0 up, though. Never mind. We're still only 3-0 up, though. I just wanted to have the ability to club a few domestic sides occasionally and just get a few more goals out of our sort of leading men. Admittedly, in this case, it's disallowed anyway. Never mind. Yeah, those are the Patreon exclusive ones. It's just Harv in a rigatoni bikini. I know he owns multiples of those anyway. Out of interest, why is offside? Sure, you know what, we had a goal given that was clearly offside earlier, so I'll accept the fact that that one was clearly nonsense, where they were all onside. Coffey wasn't even the man that headed the ball. And he was so close to the player that he couldn't have possibly been interfering. Weird. It's true. It's my new channel is going to be called Throwing Dogs in Rivers with Matt. You have the power. It's true. How are you, Harv? Also, chat, the return of Matt's book club. I finally finished a book. A roller's in. Ah, beautiful. Dog Tosser. I see you've... Mr. Dog Tosser was my father. Yeah, I finally finished a book. I haven't finished a book since I started the medication, and I finally decided, right, no, it's about time we actually knuckled down a little bit, did a bit more reading. So I read this book called Brain on Fire. By Susanna Cahalan, and it basically is about this. It's a non-fiction book, but she's telling her own story here, where she's basically she's a journalist and starts getting some strange psychological symptoms, and essentially it sort of chronicles her descent into psychosis and the process of the diagnosis of that and what it actually turned out to be and all that. It's a fascinating book, terrifying in places, but written from her own perspective. It's pieced back together from things she learned later talking to doctors and family members. But it's a really, really interesting book. And Pog. And he scored another one. Hat-trick for Català. Beautiful. How goes it, Pogsy? I did see Project Hail Mary Icarus. It was brilliant. The film was great. If you like the book, you'll like the film. They did it, really did justice. Pog enjoyed it. Why is he offside? Oh no, fair enough. He actually is offside. Well done, referee. You found one.
I'm going. I don't feel well. So.
You don't feel well? You go sit down, Pog. Make sure you drink some water, please. Choose a very stage. Well, that's deep. Can it always be Brian McBride? I know he's not a 90s footballer, although he was born or alive in the 90s. So does that count? Jesus Christ. She never stopped me. She's not very good at her job. She wasn't taking it seriously back then. That sucks for Català to not get a hat-trick, but weirdly low amount of possession for this game, to be fair. Wow, they only conceded 2 goals. They're a new team. Come pick me up, I'm scared. Right, good win for us. Let's go. Hello, Wills. Okay. Well, welcome in to the... Nothing unusual is happening here whatsoever. Absolutely not. Nope. Not this guy. Never. How are we still only 2 points clear? It feels like we win basically every single league game, and yet they cannot be shaken off. They're like a virus. Right, now spell it correctly, Matt. In fact, just type in class. It's a little bit easier. He's still chefing. But actually, is he? I mean, he's hitting his numbers. Has a match highest earner clause. Wouldn't that be just basically like having a salary cap, but then every player is just up against it? That would be good. You've got to think outside the box. The box does contain solely pasta. More of a salary floor, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, in fact, some might even say the exact opposite of a salary cap in many ways. But yeah, stay tuned for that on the second channel, or the third, or fourth, or fifth channel. I don't know how many channels I've got at this point. You've got to have space for the dogs, right? It does. Get rid. Ooh. Right, we should be able to offer out players for loan again soon, I think, because I believe all of the players that were going to go out on loan have now, in fact, gone. Human Axe. Was in career in the 1980s where young kids gets called. Okay, that sounds fascinating. What's it called? Human Axe. Okay, let me just write that down. One to add to my book short. One to add to my list, because I've been looking for that kind of stuff a bit lately. At the moment, I'm reading a book called Endure, which is just to do with the sort of the way that the human brain and pushes itself beyond normal human limits, and the ways that they've tried to measure what those limits actually are. It's kind of interesting. It's mostly to do with like endurance sports and stuff like cycling and cycling and running and swimming and also freediving. To book a new relationship with you. Yeah, I'm going to fail that one. Very much so. A big goal bonus. Someone has an assist bonus to see. Oh, do you know what would be more interesting? That as well. But if actually having a goal bonus and an assist bonus like that made any difference to their actual play, as in if you run the test with it, would the player that had the goal bonus score more if they have the goal bonus or not? Or whether the game's smart enough to have that even be a thing. So you'd have to have two different versions of it, of course. Check out Naeem. Oh, I didn't. Thank you. Maybe that's what it is. He's learned that he doesn't like big games anymore. He used to like them, but he's changed his mind. I've spelled his name wrong. No, I haven't. Good. Right, come on. God, he's really good, isn't he? I always forget where it is. Is it in here? 3 cons. Secondary group. Okay, well, it's not bad. Consistency is decent. Enjoys big matches. My guy. They messed up team scouting information. When you say team scouting information, what do you mean by that? Like, what information are you looking for and where are you looking for it? And also, how is that information being procured? I don't know, Harv. It's weird. Because FM does have some weirdly niche things in it that you go, wow, you've really thought about that. But then other things they've completely ignored. Yeah, Naeem feels like the type of lad that is going to be in this team for a while, basically. He's like holy ambassador level, you know? We don't actually need him just yet anyway. So him developing... Actually, what's the buy now? He might as well stay there and play for the rest of the season as a loan, essentially, even though it's not essentially a loan. Oh no, we can't buy him back for like £15 million. Whatever will we do? Right, database. That's all the amateur guys. Oh, just team reports. Oh, so what's broken about them is what I'm struggling to understand, because they do work just fine. Just as an example, this is a team report. If I go to... there you go. Not that I don't look at them like that, but that's how they work. So as far as I know, they're not broken. Hurley Ambassador, you say, I know. Might or might not be something we're potentially working on. We just have to pick the right player for it. Tewishwov? He could retire here. The nations work for me. Not sure I understand the question. Don't get any stars. Are you using a view that was built before? Because you'll need to use a view that... So basically, when they updated the game after Christmas, they made it so that you could see the stars on those pages now, but you couldn't do it on a view you made prior to that. So you have to make a new view based on one that already shows the stars in, which is like the general one or something. So I created that new view that does now have them built into it, because the other one just didn't work, which was very strange. Oh. Thank you, Wills. Have a wonderful rest of your day, my friend. Delish, well, did retire, but I believe he became a staff member anyway, right? As far as I know. But yeah, as for nations, you can't do reports of a nation anyway, so that would be a really good thing if you could. But no, you can't do like a team report for national teams. You can use the report view on the Brazil national team, but you wouldn't see that data because you wouldn't be able to get the report in the first place. But that view does work as far as I know. I haven't actually tried it in a while. Let's just have a look at Turkey as an example. Oh, there we go. So if I go to here, for example... But I use a national team view here because I believe... no, you can't. You have to use a different view on national teams because it used to display them differently. So it might now, but... Actually, yeah, this one probably doesn't work on national teams. Because I don't think I made this since they changed the update. Unless we just happen to know nothing about any of these players. So yeah, I mean, again, it's not a thing I normally do, so I haven't actually run into that problem yet, but that is a good point. It probably doesn't work on national teams unless you recreate the view with the same settings, essentially. Clayman, thank you for the follow. European competition, we're doing very well, Clayman. We are actually into the Champions League knockouts this year. We got in the top 8 for the first time, having not even been in the Champions League last year. We got to the Europa League final, but then lost to Newcastle. But this year, we came, I think, 7th in the Champions League group stage. And Liverpool are out. Newcastle are through. Galatasaray are out. Chelsea are just about through. Barely. I'd quite like to play against a certain energy drink company in the next round, actually. Because I think we could beat them. Or go out in bad style. Either or. 500 grand... No, lads, come on now. What are we doing here? That's silly. You can have him for 70 grand, but not 500 grand. That's mental. He can't be that good. I want to play v the anti-holy. The better. I want to beat them. Although maybe we should start off a little bit lower and play against Salzburg instead. Boyday. Boyday. What's that? Do you mean like next gen day or the... Oh, the youth intake. That's usually... I don't know, actually. I forget where it lines up because usually we're in the round that's happening now. Well, we can just see, actually. I think it's the 17th. Yeah, 17th of March. So that'll be... My God, it'll be right towards the start of next stream. Incredible. For once. We're actually going to have it. But that's fine, because it just means we can finish up... We can not even finish off. We can finish off the season next stream with the youth intake in there as well. And whatever happens in Europe, because we're doing okay. Come on. Ah, they're out. No energy drinks for us. That also means that we're probably just now, having me predicted that, we're going to end up getting Manchester City in the next round, aren't we? Bayer Leverkusen are in. Polish regens. There are some, but we've not got them. We do now have the best academy in Poland, but our last 3 intakes have been half a star, and 1 star, which is this year. We haven't actually seen it yet. It's not exactly been great. We did get some quite good guys towards the start of the save, but obviously our team was worse, so they're actually not as good. I'm trying to think of the best guy that we got in our intake. Tomasiewicz has been good, but I don't know if his attributes are actually the best. Karol Stasiak. But he's still in the 2nd tier. He's got 5 caps for Poland. I don't know about Piakowski. He was quite good looking. I think which one? I think it's this guy. Yes. He's only 18, to be fair. Matlow, he never really amounted to anything in the end. Well, this is the thing, Clayman. They're actually... You do get some decent ones. We've just not got them. There have been some really decent guys that have come through at other Polish sides, but we've just dodged them the entire way. Favorite player so far? It might be Naeem. Montparus is obviously up there. It may well be Naeem. Or Obradovic. That are probably my favourites. Yeah. I don't know. I think I missed it. Oh, my apologies. Sorry. With the database lookups, I don't always... Thank you for reminding me, but I don't always do them straight away, just because I'm usually looking for a gap. But that is fair enough. Wisdom, Mike. There he is. No, Tomasiewicz is a youth player as well. He's... No, fair enough. Thank you for reminding me on that one, to be fair. Sometimes I do leave it too long. It's just sometimes people will do one and then, like, literally 30 seconds later be like, why isn't it done? And we're, like, in the middle of a match. Oh, no, he was at Bayern. A long time ago. Oh, dear. So he never really played for Bayern. Well, once. City just spent £3.5 million on him and then never played him, and now he's in Saudi. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up coming back to Europe, potentially. But yeah, Tomasiewicz came through one of our early youth intakes. He was, I think, in the same intake as Stasiak and Mroj, but he's the only guy that's ever made it into the first team. Since then, at least. And I think with him, he's just one of those match-engine guys. Like, I'm always going to get use out of because he just does things for us in games. Even now, when his attributes are fairly mid, I'd say, even for us. But when I put him in the team, he just gets assists, he gets goals, he does things for us. I do think that his PPG, when he's in the team, is a little bit lower. So it might be that he's doing other things that we're not seeing that are bad. The wardrobe. I think the wardrobe wasn't actually a youth intake player. I think he might have been... No, he was, wasn't he? Because he was 15 when we started. Distant cousin of prison, Mike. I didn't see any bandanas there. But, you know, who am I to judge him on his clothing choices? Maybe he wasn't wearing one that day when they took that picture. So this person in Ira... Pierre-Marie. As long as he's doing the starting lights. Get that, get that. Man United chase Pena. Chase away, lads. He's going nowhere. I hope. I really hope not. You're right. Oh, no, yeah, right. He did. He was first season intake. Played in that first game in the... Oh, yeah, because we had all of our strikers injured, didn't we? Like, our top 6 strikers were injured for the opening day of the season. So we had to play the youth intake guy, and he actually did well for 1 game and 1 game only. So the only time he ever played well for us was in the opening match. He's still actually on loan at the moment. He plays for Tiki in the 2nd tier. One of the CMs? No, because he can't play as a DM. Basically. And also, who do we just lodge to put Pena in the team? We've discussed this loads of times, but Pena isn't really a CM player. Hey, FM, for the love of God, please prioritize the players on my team when I'm searching. So annoying that it does that. Like, I wouldn't want to put Pena as a DM. In addition, I think it's just a waste of his talent if we put him as a DM. He's just not a defensive midfielder. And we'd have such a nightmare training him to play there as well because it's an out-of-possession role. And so far, he doesn't really complain about a lack of football. Every now and then he'll... Actually, wait. Do you know what? Never mind. Pretend I never said that. But he's not upset enough to leave. And that's the crucial part. Non-news player. Pakulski, I think, is actually about to leave this summer. Because his contract's up. And he's no longer part of the loan farm. And I believe he's actually agreed a contract with another team. I just can't for the life of me remember who. Or we've got multiple people called... Or we have multiple people with that name. And I've actually just forgotten. Oh, FM. Oh, hello. He's... Oh, no, he actually has got a contract. Shit. Playing them together, then? How? Not without changing the entire tactic again, which again I'm not going to do. Like, ultimately, we have a tactic that I like, and I just don't see the point in... I did actually try to create a tactic that would allow us to play more of them, but ultimately it just made us worse, because it isn't always about trying to get your best 11 players into the starting 11 at any given time. As we've seen with English national teams in the past, it does give us, however, the really nice benefit of always having a player to come off the bench, one of those two at least, that is not going to make the team worse on the pitch. It means that we basically get a consistent 90 minutes with a great player in that role, no matter who's actually starting. And I want to try to persist with that as long as I can, really, until one of them eventually does just get completely sick of it, and then we may have to make changes there. But that happens, right? He's a Ghent player. We're already signing him. You're at Toronto, which means actually that's quite cheap. He's a left back, I guess, but he's fine. Actually, he's only 17 in fairness to him. So I might scout him a little bit further. And then there's this guy here at... Ooh. They're okay. He's also only 16 years old, to be fair. So these guys are definitely team report players for sure. Otherwise, there's no way he would be in this report at all. Never mind, I'm good. That's the thing. I find that players never want to leave when you actually try to threaten them to leave. Actually, sometimes they do call your bluff. And then the worst part is when they say, I want to leave. You say, go on then. And then they say, fine, I'm going to leave. And then you offer them to a club. The club bids on the player and then they turn it down. So I wanted to leave, just not like that. I had my own ideas of what leaving would mean for me. Right, it's Friday now, which means we should have had the second round of Europa League, right? Provided we've got any teams left in the damn thing. Okay, so we're playing Bayer Leverkusen, apparently. Where did that come through? Oh, it's there. The game is so bad at notifying you. It just sneaks it in. Little news article. No, at least make it a news article that I have to acknowledge in some manner. Like one of the non-skippable ones that you have to at least click, not accept, but something, so you get reminded of it. So we're playing Bayer Leverkusen. That feels winnable, perhaps. I reckon there's a chance for that. Yeah, it's always a surprise you get. The question is, what about the Europa League? Well, oh my god, they both got through. I mean, they're both getting... That tail, what the hell happened? That's not the right... Oh, no, it is. They won 2-0 away from home, and Legia won... Legia Warsaw beat Braga 3-0 in the Quarry. What a game between Villarreal and Toulouse, by the way. 7-5 on aggregate between those two. Cracovia pulled it around, as did Legia. Those are massive away wins. I think they actually were technically at home in the actual games themselves. But round of 16, Cracovia versus Juventus is probably a stretch too far. Legia against Partizan, that is 100% winnable. They already beat them 4-0 in the league stage. I think that my biggest issue with the news articles is just that why is it all truncated? There's this giant gap. It doesn't need to be a pop-up. Just display this information in this box. I don't understand the extra step. It doesn't make any logical sense as to why that would be a thing that anybody would want in any design school. There's nothing aesthetically pleasing about it. It's just bad, right? That's the worst one for me. Okay. This is a scouting email you get. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand. I mean, that is the scouting emo you can get, yeah, but I don't use those because otherwise my scouting inbox would have hundreds of them in it every single day pretty much because we have so many players on the list. I turn them off as soon as I can, basically, because I'd rather them all just be consolidated in my scouting inbox area, just because we go through so many players to scout that it can get a bit much. No age, no club. Oh, really? Yeah, that is kind of shit. I guess, I mean, there's no excuse for it, really. They could easily add way more information on this screen, as you know, because obviously it extends way further down here. It's dumb. But it's one of those things where it's sort of more of an indication to just go and use them in your scouting inbox anyway. Because it's just so much faster to just have them in a big list instead, where you actually can then see that information because you can have the columns in there that would display things like that at least. Anything that gives me extra clicks I tend to avoid pretty much because I'm lazy like that. 7th in the coefficients currently, but we're under a bit of pressure, although that would have helped if we don't screw this up. On the year, 12.4, which is, I wanted us to get around about 13 this season, and we seem to be achieving that relatively easily. Netherlands are doing well though, but they'd still have to catch us up on another 2 points, and they've only got 3 teams left now. So I think we're okay there. France are down to 2 teams. We're not going to catch France this year, but if they keep screwing up like this, there might be a chance to catch them in future. We're doing all right. We get a 2-star with 5-star potential, but it's 23. Oh, absolutely. But like I said, it's just more reasons not to use that particular menu screen, ultimately. It's one of those things where it definitely should be better, but it isn't currently. And that's why I just don't think it's fit for purpose. Even if it did show those things, I still wouldn't want to use it. But I can totally see how if you are desperate to use it, it would be very, very annoying to use because it hides things for seemingly no reason. When there's so much space for all the information that it could potentially show. When is our game against Bayer Leverkusen? That's ages away yet. Bloody hell. Another round of European rookies. I think some of them have played in Europe, but for the time being, it's certainly looking like, with the exception of Cracovia, who are the one team that have got any kind of consistency, yeah. Corona, I think, have played in Europe once. Brookbet maybe did 1 season in the Conference League, I think. Katowice have never been good in this save, I don't think. Ironically, the first season they choose to be good is the one season I told them I wanted to get them relegated after they made my train 75 minutes late. So naturally, they're doing this out of spite, as you can probably imagine. But yes, it's classic Poland, basically. But at least we've got 2 teams that are somewhat consistent. Well, 2 teams including us. Get you guys back in as well. Get you there. Lovely old job. Confirm we can get promoted 2nd season. That's kind of cool. So I take it was like a 1-season block. Did anyone ever actually explain what was going on with that? Because I thought that... Why are they banned? Is it like an administrative thing because of a punishment for 1 season or something? Because I wasn't under the impression that they couldn't get promoted, but I'm guessing it is just like a punishment type of thing. A bit like Chelsea's suspended... what was it? A suspended transfer ban or something. So nothing, basically. Right, Montparousse is going to have to come back out again, isn't he? Because I think he's got a little bit of the sniffles. I know that feeling, bud. Right. Payne gets another start. He'll like that. That'll probably shut him up for a bit, actually. Which is even better. Right, out you come. Unavailable. Oh, wait, what am I doing? So who comes in this time? Probably the same guys, right? Probably... Tomashevic needs to come back in. I need to do that all rather than just next match. And... Herrera as well. He's a good player. We like him. Oh, I see. But I heard that apparently it wasn't just them that can't get promoted. There's other teams as well in that division that are apparently under the same sort of restrictions, essentially. Page's not scored a lot. Right. Let's see if it's different in this game against a decent opponent. Oh my god, FM! That's my fault, but also just so dumb that a player that's literally at a different club doesn't count as unavailable. How many games in a row do you reckon that happens before I finally just take him out of the team properly? He's got the red sniffles. It's slightly different for him, yeah. Oh. I know that feeling as a man of the sniffles myself. Also, the reason that I didn't decide to just like into these games is because I realised that there was no realistic chance that we were going to get both of the games against Bayer Leverkusen done in this stream. So it makes sense to just hold those for the start of the next stream along with the youth intake. Because I believe the... youth intake is literally slap bang in between the Bayer Leverkusen legs. Although actually we wouldn't know because we've never been to this round of the Champions League before, which is great. Is that manager wearing a full coat in the sun? Jeez, I know it gets cold in Parliament, seriously. Half the league. I wonder if, it'd be cool if FM had the ability to dynamically add things like that in the middle of a save. So a team could do something stupid in the middle and get punished with a punishment like that. But it seems like a lot of the things in FM like that only ever occur at the very start of the saves because they're hard-coded. Also, something we didn't talk about was the fact that KSI bought in a Dagenham Redbridge. Or was it Dagenham Redbridge? I think it was. I'm just not sure what to expect out of that. Because I know obviously KSI has a decent amount of money. And at that level, I suppose you could certainly flex that a little bit. But I wonder what the... And also, how much of the club has he actually bought? And is it just him? Or is it one of these, like, consortium situations where he's technically a part... Oh, my God! A part owner in the club, but not, like, a sole owner situation. I didn't really fully read into it. I just saw it and went, oh, that's sort of interesting. They've just become the latest team that is the sort of... the bane of the existence of non-league, I guess. The one bonus is it definitely looked like Catalar was better. Need a front... I guess they do. I mean, it's a bit like the Tom Brady one, isn't it, really? I assume it is then a consortium. A consortium? A consortium. Now that, I would suddenly pay more attention to. That is a ball and a half. Holy shit, what a pass. Right, come on, John. Ah, okay. Slightly better positioning from the lads now. Pulls it across. Oh, it's in. It's Obradovic. Yes, I saw that one of the players who was in Baller League was playing for his team. That seems like a bad start. Minority owner. Right, okay. But I guess you need someone to be the face of it. Someone that's recognisable. I assume the rest will just be capital investment type stuff. That was a nice build-up, actually. Catalar becomes the assister. Obradovic seems to have come to life a little bit more since we made that tweak to the wing-backs. He's had quite an understated, wishy-washy start to the year in terms of his goal contributions, but I think he got a goal and an assist in the last game, and now he's grabbed a goal in this one too. I don't know why that would make any difference, but apparently it does. And Katala definitely looks more complete in this team, if nothing else. As usual, we just have to talk shit about a player for them to start playing well. So, in that case, Anwar Naeem, I hear that your mum is not very nice. It's the best I can do. I'm terrible at shit talking. It doesn't come naturally to me. I only get properly shit talkery when I get some chat sass from... I want aggressive first-time chatter. That's what gets me going in the morning. Oh, that was a hell of an effort. Bloody hell. Things just light up in my eyes. There's a line I know. Sometimes you just got to cross it. Your mum is a couch. Your mum has a flat roof. He's up to a 7 now, though. It works. Let's see. Your mother's cooking is below average, Anwar. A lot of respect for Moroccan cooking there. So, see if that works. This is where he goes and scores. He throws dogs in the... Oh, we'll save that for the second half. Right. My latest attempt is that his mum's cooking is bad. Let's see if he can cook up something better than she can. Has he just won us a penalty? If that's actually given us a penalty. It's probably going to be outside the box, but he's trying at least. Unlike his mother while cooking. We might still score off of it. Yeah, it wasn't the best dive, but we've got a free kick out of it. It's the Catalar. Oh, never mind. We don't get to see those, apparently. We've had a lot of shots on target in this game, just not really seen a lot of them. Still, he's on a 7. And he's actually the better of the two performing fullbacks for the first time in a while. Unlike the panna cottas that his mother makes, which are not as creamy as they could be and are potentially more gelatinous than they should be. There you go. Even my cooking burns don't really work. Oh, that's a lovely pass. Oh, imagine. Oh my God, what a goal! That is a genuinely lovely goal. And a very un-Wisła-like type of goal. 2-0 to Wisła. Oh, please don't disallow this. No, it's given. Come on. Bit too private education. Yeah, innit? Your mother is a terrible kite surfer. How could she? She can't even catch a wave. That's a lovely ball in. Incredible. John with an assist, which will now, of course, improve his rating. So Naeem's going to have some work to do. But that's okay. Smells of elderberry, of course. Catalar gets a goal and an assist again. Progress, it feels like. And I'm okay with that. Arkakovia, no, they're not winning either. We could have a 4-point gap. As if it's only a 4-point gap. I know we haven't played a lot of league games today, but the gap is not being biggened. And I demand it to be so. I hate having to get a record points tally to win the league every single year. The squad is not cut out for that type of japery. I don't take him off now, just in case. I don't know. I don't think it's getting through to him, honestly. He's dropping rating now. I'm going to have to step it up a little bit. She is awful at knitting, and her crochets look like rubbish. Puts the milk in first. Your mum puts bananas in the fridge. Oh, what a strike. Yeah, too far, right? Too far. I'll make every single sub except him. Well, not every single sub. We've got a limit. It doesn't matter how well we play. We'll always just win 2-0. Maybe I'm overestimating the quality of our team compared to our rivals right now. Tea leaves instead of bags. Damn. That's fancy, I think. I don't know. I'm not really much of a tea drinker. That was a nice link-up, actually. John onto the ball again. He's got a nice left foot. Oh. John looks quite comfortable when he cuts back inside onto his weaker foot. Can't have a single lead out. That's... Never deprive him of that. It's down to us. Ooh, right. Okay. Let's see if I can aid him slightly by bringing on Damashevich on the left-hand side to thus create equality by... Fila's had a couple of poor games in a row now. It's like we've unbalanced it in a different way again. JT's not available for this, is he? Should I bring... Do you know what? I'll tell you who I'm going to bring on. Our guy who technically can't play the position yet, but when he does, is going to be him. So I may as well. And then Arola as well, who's always good off the bench. Washes in the river. I guess I like regional insults too, because, well, they're just good, because they're things like that. And also, if the river's clean, maybe it's, if anything, it's a term of endearment. It says your local rivers are clean. The Vistula, you could... One thing I want to say about the Vistula, it was very well kept, like very prim and proper around the edges and stuff. And there was also a really sharp corner in it for some reason. Just everybody having a go. Go on, have another shot. Everybody has a shot. Oh, hang on. Wait. Oh, no. How have we still not scored here? Wooden teeth. I still think the one, like, insult that I've heard that continues to make me chuckle is just, it's very straightforward. It is just your local has a flat roof. And the first time I ever heard that, it's just stuck with me ever since, basically. And that's a very, very specific, probably UK-based insult there, but still. He's down to a 6.7 now. We've gone the other way. Oh, shit. What a save! Nice. See, that's the difference. Windles and the other lads probably would have kept that one out. Like a burnt pool table. What? I don't even understand that one. It ticks all the boxes, Andrew. It ticks. You've got classism, all sorts of things in there that you need. I'm going to need an explanation. Oh, okay. Now he's giving away fouls as well. Anwar, bud, it might just be that he's tired. I think we'll get him off so he can have his little nappy, get in his blanket, and it is weird how much he's fallen off this season. It's fun. Those are the best ones, because if even you don't know what it means, how are they supposed to know? We're starting getting a lot of shots here, which means we must be shooting from decent distance to have 13 shots on this. I'm starting to understand now why we got that 0-0 draw in that game where we had 16 shots on target. How have we had 2 more shots there and not accounted for any XG in the process? I mean, eventually, if we keep having this number of shots, we are just going to have a game where loads of them are scored, as if Cracovia won again. I love that. The biggest insult in Portugal is just calling someone Spanish. Does that work both ways? Your Darcel's Avon is, yeah. That's an old school one. Gert being the key. Bristol. I've never heard that before. Not that I'm from Bristol, but good win in a performance, I guess. If only the other striker could get their act together today. So I guess the English version of that term would just be your mum's a JCB. Which your mum has caterpillar tracks. See, we're creative. Also, the managerial changes. Have there been any new ones? So I don't... Wait. No, that was in the summer, wasn't it? So yeah, no real changes to the league, to the managers in quite a while, actually. Go play on the road. Is that like the pound sand type of approach? Did Wodge do anything on that day other than lose, probably? Or did they just not play? Oh, they did. They conceded 3 more goals. It's in their culture. It's what they do. Hoffman. Wait, oh, didn't realise Hoffman was gone there. That's how it's bad. You know when we've lost track of who's even playing for who at this point. I don't know if the Europa League ties are before our Champions League tie or not, or whether they're on the same weekend. I think they are the same. Right. Black Bulls. Probably should check in on the team report scouting while I'm at it. Noticing the second team's friendlies are looking a little bit sus. But we seem to be creating plenty, which is fine. God, is everyone going to complain about the loans? Oh, actually, I just realised we barely had any bids from our players in the window. I know that obviously a lot of the window was before the start of stream, but even during then, we had almost no bids from our players from like big English sides or big European teams. It was all quite a decent window where nobody got upset about it. A real rarity these days for us, which I like. What's going on here? FM? Am I on the right screen? No, I am, aren't I? Oh, hang on. All sides. There we go. It still doesn't fix it, but I don't know why these are sort of... They are there. Let's go off and come back onto it again. There we go. Whoa. Now, I should remember the players that I can't offer out from this one. The not listed fellas. Although I think they might be in the first team squad now anyway, so I think I'm okay. Nice. Probably should have checked on the transfer room out first, actually. It does look as though... Yeah, wow, not a lot of options there. At the very least, though, we should get some bites, considering that it's pretty much only Polish teams that can actually bid on these guys, and it's right before the window shuts, so there's a bit more urgency to it, you could say. Right, Konta. Love his name. I'm also still surprised that Amara Diouf is still playing for Cracovia. He's one of those guys that I just assumed would have been playing for a different team by now, and yet he's got 17 goals this season. How is he still playing in Poland? He's worth 22 million quid and has 22 caps as well, and yet seems to never get bids on him, when Saba did. They are always complaining about... I think the reason they complain about training is possibly just because we don't have enough coaches at the club, in the sense that we have as many as I'm allowed, but we have so many players that they don't like that. Loves Kraków? Maybe. I mean, I don't blame him. It's beautiful. We're about to get... I do miss the urgency that you get on deadline day, though, because, well, it's nice that it pushes these through. Quiet deadline day expected. Well, at the very least, we better get those loan thingies happening, right? I will still keep an eye on the agent offers, though, just in case there's someone kind of goated there. Oh, done deals. Actually, was there some business outside of us, potentially? Because for all we know, they've been doing bits and bobsies. No, there's a better window for this, isn't there? If I go to just the extra classer itself and then go to this screen and then that screen, it's just easier to see if there has been any big transfers, potentially. Probably could just sort by date, actually. See if there's been any crazy big ones there. Ah, Rakov bought a guy for 2.5 million quid. Lech Poznan bought a dude for 1.8 million quid. Legia bought that other defender, which is a really good signing. I bet he's going to get them a load of money. Inferno with that 64 months. How's it going, friend?
Has anyone seen Second Yellow Card? Big Problem, Ely Cathedral, Christmas Quiz, Red Zone, Duplicitous Taint, Belize, Bonk Man and his Propeller, Viking Superman, Idav and his Bottom, Bronk Nelson, William, Raymond, Sewage in the Waterworks, Dogs in the Water, Moody Blues Dad, Josh Beach Uncle, Hadrian 35's Brain in a Jar, Admira Wacker, Cheese in the Bed, Poisonous Products on the Floor. Can you hear our army? Your boys took one hell of a beating.
That is all the references that have ever existed, consolidated into one manageable monthly payment right there. So many things. Moody Blues Dad, that's a deep cut. Josh Peach, Uncle, Poisonous Admira, or Admira Vaca, apparently, if you're Stream Nana. Good lord. What was the other one in there? Oh yeah, Bonk Man and his Propeller. I was listening to a podcast earlier, a hockey one of all things, and they were talking about one of them hadn't seen Titanic, and he literally described it to him as man is hit by propeller, and that is the reason why he should watch the film. Toilet Rocks as well. We do need that, the fat, low IQ in there too. Oh, hello. Oh no. That's the registration window. There's no one new to register. Could they maybe... That's a transfer. Sure, why not? Wait, hang on. I'll say why not. Actually, screw it. Yeah, why not? If he wants to go to a Polish side, he can. Wrote too much. Ah, That is embarrassing from Twitch's point of view, but also entirely predictable because it's Twitch. Right, I want agent offers. Just the one. Just Jesus is in there. We'll do deadline day just in case anything fun happens. And then I'll get us to the Bayer Leverkusen game for next stream. Oh, hello, an A+. Oh, wait, that's the same guy I tried to sign before. And now he's worth even more money. Yeah, he's a little bit extraordinary, this guy. But, price-wise. And most of the issue with him was his wages. I did try to get him a second time, but he was having none of it. That's all. Oh, hello. Papa and Jai. 21. It's the same kind of problem as those other guys, but also is another number 10. Do they make, like, left backs and stuff? Okay, maybe later. Cash, I don't think he has. I think he was about to make his debut in a game. We'd even decided that it was going to be the game. Oh, we will start Cash for this match. And then he just keeps getting these tiny injuries that specifically keep him out for, like, the game that he's about to play. It's very frustrating. That, and I think he and Wilson were a little bit of a waste of wages, really. Oh, hello. Zakaria Sanusi. Fucking hell. There's just so many of these guys. Wait, who's that A+ guy? Or is that just him again? Nah, it's him again. I've got to resist. I really hope that at least some of these loan bids are actually not triggered, but exist or something. Because if not, I'll be kind of annoyed by that. Because at this rate, they're not going to get a chance to actually get these done, and they'll all just fall through anyway. What's some kind of guys that I don't know about, honestly? Like, it seems like every single player in here is from Las Palmas half the time. And I've never understood why. We're always getting players from Las Palmas recommended to us. And I can only assume that we just have some kind of connection to them because it's constantly Las Palmas. Which, to be fair, is where we got Naeem from, if I recall. So they're not all bad. Because the guys they've got do look kind of good. They just can't afford any of them. Oh, God, it's got so hot. Is it really nice weather? Oh my God, it's beautiful. Okay, take that back. That's absolutely glorious outside. I was wondering why I was suddenly starting to feel so warm and it wasn't just the inevitable low-grade fever I've been running for a week. But yeah, that'd be why, because it's absolutely lovely outside. It's giving post-stream walk, potentially. It was really cloudy as hell this morning and just sort of, you know? That's nice. I like that. It's nearly giving beer garden weather. It's a shame that it's no longer fishing season, actually. I think that's literally just finished. Can't wait till the summer. Just for that. I mean, don't wish your life away and all that. Really, a Real Madrid player? These seem like completely realistic signings that I have no issue with. Oh, I can't wait to get back running, Chile. It's been nearly a week since I did, but they say you probably shouldn't run when you've got like the coughs and the upper respiratory kind of stuff, so I'm trying to be sensible about it, but my God, do I want to be out there. Particularly as my last run was so good. I felt like I was absolutely flying, and then later that evening, there comes the, here comes the boom, and by that I mean the pain. And I just haven't been the same since. As if Zag have got yet another crazy good player. Who's he wanted by? Presumably all the teams. In that case, have they got a second one? We already nearly got a guy like this, didn't? Oh no, we already were keeping an eye on him apparently. When's the next week? That's nice. Yeah, I want to make sure I feel better before I go back running again. I've paused my plan or done like the sickness thing you can do in Runner for that. But it does suck just because it's annoying because I finally found a bit of consistency with it for like 3 or 4 weeks for the first time. And it's like these little things that just break that pattern up. It's how I fall back into old patterns. Possibly. Maybe I just inhaled something nasty while I was out on the run. And that's the universe's way of getting back to me. It's like, you looked a little bit too happy with that. Here's some kind of illness that I thought was going to go away after 2 days and just didn't. In typical style. Boris Gale's off to Polonia Beaton. I almost wish I could cover all of these transfers in the recap videos, but it would just be, hey, we sold 100 players to random Polish teams. Way more so than we used to. The Cup quarter-final has 2 B teams in it still. There's a chance that Lech could play their own B team in the semis at this rate. I've also just realised that the teams that are left in the Cup are not exactly the cream of the crop as far as what we want in Europe next year. GKS Katowice are probably the one that we want to win it out of all of these guys, probably. That British... yes, the Fen smog. What we are most definitely full of. Yeah, I'm trying to get into that mindset of just, hey, it's just a minor setback. It is what it is. But my brain has a habit of catastrophizing things across all areas of its existence, as I'm sure you'll be aware. It's a constant battle, but we move. This deadline day is taking forever despite us doing very little. That's a good bid on Jerome here. So Lech Poznan are through on penalties. Górnik Zabrze are through. Zagłębie Lubin only just narrowly got past the B team. That's embarrassing, lads. Corona are out. So it's GKS. Okay. I'd be pretty happy with either. Actually, Lech Poznan probably would be okay to have in Europe next year, even though they're in the second tier at the moment. Because as long as they get promoted, they are really very good side in terms of some of the players they've got. So I'm not opposed to it. Although it would sort of guarantee them getting relegated a second time. We're not going to get any loan offers, are we? Before the window shuts. As if. That is something they have got to fix. You can't. It removes the urgency in the game for it to push forward for those offers because it's deadline day. It just doesn't care. Also, Abdullahi's out for 3 weeks, which means he's going to miss the Bayer Leverkusen game. That could be costly. Hello, Matthew. Changes the nationalities of players who are able to represent different countries. For example, Kevin De Bruyne plays for Burundi because his mother was born there. Maybe. I haven't really done any experiments because I've not really been doing a lot of videos on the channel at all at the moment, just because I got back into a spell of like not knowing what I wanted to make and then having too many things I wanted to make. And then, yeah. Well, now I'm glad that I can actually take action on things. It doesn't help me with the knowing what to take action on kind of part, which can be a bit of an issue, which is why I was doing the guides, because I was like, that's something I need to work on. So things are a bit weird on that right now. But I have got a few experiments in mind myself, in fairness, that I'm intrigued by. So it's kind of similar to what I did with the World Cup videos I did a couple of years ago, because those were kind of fun. Hello, The Beast. We were just about to get off. But as it's happened, to catch you up if you have just joined us, or a summary of what's happened today, short notice, we're good. We've managed to, albeit only take 1 point from those 2 Champions League matches, but we got into the top 8. We've progressed through a round of the Champions League. We're going to be in a round of the Champions League we've never been in before, and it's against Bayer Leverkusen, which is absolutely winnable, which is pleasing. In other good news, we have 2 Polish sides in the the round of 16 of the Europa League as well. Despite there only being 3 of us, we're doing okay. And Legia have got a really good shot at going even deeper because they are playing Partizan Belgrade. So we could have a really good shot at the very least a Champions League quarter-final. Slight tactics tweaks, maybe? I'm not sure. Point is, we're chefing. And the great thing is, we get youth intake next stream, which is definitely not going to be a disaster whatsoever. Newsflash, it absolutely is. But that's okay. You have to expect that. Because it just means when we do get a good youth intake, it's going to be tremendous. We will enjoy it way more than normal. Right, I mean, it'd be a bit silly if I didn't send you... Actually, let's have a quick little gander down. I don't always want to be raiding the same people, you know, but I'm going to. I do need to try out some new streamers at some point. In fact, at some point, if people have suggestions for that, I'm more than open to ears. Open to ears. It's mostly just because I want to make sure that people have got things like, you know, face cam, a setup that looks reasonably clean and stuff like that. Just the basic sort of things. And I know that I can trust Kev because he's a lovely man. As I'm sure you know, I've met Kev and he is a wonderful human being. And breathe. So, try Amaranth. Is she live right now? As if, why would I be looking there as if I don't follow Amaranth. I don't. But I thought I saw a name that was very similar there. It was actually Athena, the Rocket League streamer, as it happens. So, back on Thursday for Champions League quarter-final, potentially, youth intake, next gen, season finale. There's a lot of stuff going on Thursday, is all I'm going to say. We have a lot of bits to do, which means most likely recap for Sunday. And maybe a Champions League final. Who could tell? Pogs just sent me some random sequel code. That's strange. Anyway, hold your gun, capybara.